How's it going, everybody? Am I feeling positive today? Not too much.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. Birmingham Young with the 5. Appreciate it, man. Playing Final Fantasy IX for the first time. It hasn't aged well, but I'm still enjoying it. Soon, the ops won't be able to call me.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, I've never played Final Fantasy IX to any real extent. I played like an hour or two of it as a kid, but I never actually, like, you know, got any significant amount into it. I mean, I guess the good thing is, which maybe it's not the case, but I think with the modern re-releases of 7, 8, and 9, don't you have that ability to, like, spam limit break constantly? To, like, basically make you invincible? So, I guess that helps with the, antiquated feel, let's just say. But yeah, that's on my list of stuff to play at some point. But yeah, I've played, I mean, other than 4, 5, and 6, and then, what, 9 and 12? I've played pretty much all the mainline Final Fantasy games now. Game of the decade? That's right, man. It's literally the greatest video game to ever exist. Period. And let's see. Hayden Akers with the 5. Good video earlier. I replayed a bit of Advanced Warfare's campaign. Top 4 COD, in my opinion. Yeah, Advanced Warfare has a really good campaign. You know, that was also with peak Kevin Spacey, too, at the height of his career, so yeah, it was pretty good. They removed the review section for Black Ops 7 on PC. Wait, really? Hold on, let me check. What? Oh. Let's see. I'm curious now. Call of Duty. I don't know where the review section... Here, let me just try a different game. Let's see, maybe Minecraft. No. Oh yeah, I see it, what you're talking about, yup. Yeah, so if you go here... Like Minecraft launcher, you can see reviews. And then if you go to Call of Duty and you go to see in store, there's no review tab. Brutal, man. Let's see if Black Ops 6 has it. Yeah, Black Ops 6 has it. Maybe you have to go to like the end of it. Oh yeah, no, they did remove it. Jeez. Yup, they did remove it. Quite transparent of you, Microsoft.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Yeah, that's pretty sad, man, honestly. That's pretty sad. Yeah, I mean, that game is an unmitigated disaster, bro. It's an unmitigated disaster. I don't know how the fuck they're gonna salvage it, honestly. They're gonna lose money this year, most likely. Because I saw some shit where it's like the sales are down 61%. Which, if they already lost $300 million off of Game Pass from Black Ops 6, and now sales are down 61% on top of that, like, jeez. I can only imagine how bad that's gonna be. And let's see, Tim Marco with the 7. I saw a small streamer saying that Expedition 33 has one of the best soundtracks in the history of all media. Yeah, that's not an overstatement at all. The thing that's sad, bro, is like all these fucking glazers just, they follow the same path every single time. You know, glaze, lay heckin' new product, act like it's the greatest fucking thing of all time, and then a year or two later, forget it even fucking exists, and then proceed to glaze the next thing. Yeah, there was only like that one, I don't even know if I would call it that great, but there was only like that one song from Expedition 33
All right, awesome.
that I would
Thanks,
even
nigga. All right.
consider good. Any Final Fantasy soundtrack pretty much clears, and by a wide margin, so... I mean, to be fair, Ghost of Yote's art direction's really the only thing it has going for it, dude. The heckin' Sakura blossoms and shit are really the only redeeming part of the game, is it visually does look good. Mario Kart didn't get nominated for Best Music? Yeah, that's some bullshit. Mario Kart definitely has the best music this year, for sure. I mean, it's literally got, like, what, hundreds of remixes of old Nintendo music? It's far superior. What do you want, doggy? What's up? You want to chew? Here you go. Now leave me alone. Good boy. Even Mario Kart haters were surprised. Yeah, I mean, what most likely is going to happen, I mean, I think it's pretty much what everybody expected. They'll either give Expedition 33, like, every single auxiliary award, and then give Game of the Year to fucking Death Stranding. So that, you know, Kojima will let Jeff Keighley suck his cock for the night. Or they're going to give Expedition 33 Game of the Year while also giving Kojima all the awards that he was, like, nominated for in all the auxiliary categories. It's predictable from the very beginning, man. I don't know why anyone actually fucking cares about the Game Awards, to be completely frank. It's just whatever game that journos and Redditors jerk off the most in that particular year. The Goyam Awards is truly suiting. Silk Song will definitely be nominated for something, bro. That game had a massive Reddit circle jerk, so they'll toss it a bone. Yeah, it really isn't anything special, bro. It's like literally baby's first JRPG minus all the Japanese influence with a shitty Western plot and characters and obnoxious parry slop mechanics. So, yeah. There's nothing really special about it at all. But people act like it's the greatest fucking thing ever because it's Maheckin Western movie game in JRPG format. That's it. It's just the prime example of yet another Reddit circle jerk game that gets undue attention because, you know, we heckin' did it, Reddit. Dude, it's like the same energy as Witcher 3. It made me want to hate that game. Now, luckily, Witcher 3 actually was really good. But, dude, the fucking just glazing of The Witcher 3 back in the day is a very fucking, you know, reminiscent. Because it's like the same type. Guys, have you ever heard of this game made by a small indie studio of people that totally aren't like heckin' evil corpo AAA video game developers, dude? It's like
awesome.
the same
Thanks, nigga. All right.
exact fucking script. All over again. It's the same fucking script. The We Did It Reddit crowd at its finest. I don't think.
All right,
Donkey
awesome.
Kong
Thanks, nigga.
has
All right.
a better. I don't really think Donkey Kong has a better soundtrack, personally. That was like my least favorite part of Donkey Kong, was the fucking singing shit. I have to play the game with the music turned, or I guess with just the audio turned off, because you can't adjust the settings. So, I play the game muted because, you know, I'm not really a fan of Pauline singing. The Witcher 3 could have been a lot better gameplay-wise. Also, the first 5 to 10 hours is pretty bad.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Witcher 3 is good as a RP or a role-playing experience, not necessarily a game. The gameplay is pretty piss poor. That combat's pretty jank. Like, once you get past the Bloody Baron section, The Witcher 3 is genuinely great, but you have to get past that portion, and also you have to be willing to overlook some pretty janky gameplay throughout.
I can't afford this shit!
Let's see. Cinnabarius with the 2. Daniel Larson. I can see what it is.
I can't afford this shit!
Man. Okay. Oski Woski with the 2. Noctis theme is peak.
That's right! That's right!
And Alamania Crown with the 5. People on Twitter are pointing out that Black Ops 7 has ripped off Girls Frontline and Reverse Collapse. Literally Chinese gacha games. But what do you mean by ripped off? I'm not really familiar with either one, but are they like Chinese like shooters or some shit? Dude, it wouldn't surprise me if they're just outsourcing to fucking China at this point in general. So, Microsoft already outsources to Singapore, so it wouldn't be too big of a stretch. I saw they used like AI art for most of the fucking calling cards in the game, but yeah, it's just, they're so lazy, man. So fucking lazy. Oski Woski with the 5. This was so criminal, we could have had a better main protagonist. Let's see. If it'll load. Oh. Let's see. I made a proposal for having Genshin of the Black Spider Clan's daughter be the main character for a game, but the higher-ups crushed my dreams on that one, so it never saw the light of day. Does she have massive cans or something? I'm surprised that the Japanese executives wouldn't want a busty video game character in general. Usually the Japanese are all for it. You never get to see what she looks like? Oh, okay. Honcho Reckless with the 5. I'd actually be sad if Final Fantasy VII doesn't win in 2027 or 2028. Expedition 33 is decent. The hate is forced as well. What hate? The only hate's coming from me, and that's because I don't like it. So there's like no hate for that game on the internet. It's literally just all glaze. I've never actually seen anyone else hate on Expedition 33. I'm unique on that front. I've yet to see another semi-relevant person on the internet, like YouTuber-wise, say anything remotely negative about it. Journalists do not hate it. They fucking love it. What the hell are you talking about? The journos soyed the fuck out over it. It was a typical, you know, circle. It was a circle jerk by the media all around, man. Dude, that was like some of the worst streams I ever had for a new release game. Literally, you know, sub 150 viewers throughout. Like, nobody fucking cared about that game at all. It was like the worst viewed, worst attended, worst engagement stream I've ever had playing a new release game at launch. So that shit was boring as fuck, man. I got to like, what? I think the third act or whatever, and I had to stop, man. I just got bored. There was nothing happening that was even remotely interesting. I cringed hard as fuck when the, I don't even remember his name, the femboy at the beginning, the guy from Andor, when he gets shot through the fucking chest with a laser. And then they try to have it be like his Aerith moment, but then they have him stand up and fight like nothing actually fucking happened, and make him have to get beamed again by the laser to actually kill him. It was really fucking stupid. That's kind of when I was just done with the game at that point. It's like, yeah, this is just really gay. Dude, Warzone unfortunately is not gonna die because the only people realistically that play Call of Duty religiously anymore are the literal cattle class of society. So Your fucking Nick Mercs and Courage JDs and, you know, screeching autist Twitch streamer is really the only audience for Call of Duty year-round at this point. It's sad but true, man. I would say it was over 50% movie, bro. Like, there was entire 45-minute segments of that game with zero fucking gameplay. Like, none. Like, it was movie game to a different level at times. Expedition 43%. I know, man. Yeah.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. Femtanga with the 18 months. Griffin, the House and Congress are releasing the files. People saying they wanted it. Don't trust it now because everyone voted yes. Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things that it doesn't matter if they ever actually release the files or not. People will just not believe that it's the actual file. It's like a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. So, again, the government's not fucking stupid enough to actually leave incriminating evidence in publicly available files. Like, do people really think that this is like some sort of unsophisticated organization that they're just gonna leave damaging evidence sitting around for any, you know, fuckwad to come around and just grab and decide that they're gonna release? Like, again, it's just, it's wishful thinking. It's very wishful thinking. There's not going to be anything in there that even matters, bro. The CIA is not going to give away their fucking intel. Resident Evil Zombified the 2. I guess we can check it out. I'm guessing that's a video. Daryl Zone the 2. Expedition 33 won Game of the Year 2025. I don't really, dude, I don't care about Game of the Year awards. Like, Jeff Keighley holds no weight on my opinion, personally. The dude's just another Jewish Nepo baby who, you know, uses his parents' Hollywood IMAX money in order to, you know, buy influence in the gaming industry. So, don't really care too much. And the Barriers of the 5 DK DLC have a time skip where adult Pauline can ride your back and give some nice costume. Yeah, Pauline micro bikini. There you go. I think you do get her adult dress in the game, but I think you have to 100% it or something like that. Yeah, his parents own IMAX. So, that's how Jeff Keighley has money. And that's how he bought his way into the gaming industry, is his parents literally own IMAX. So, he has film and entertainment, I guess, industry connections. So, that's how he's able to get the venues, that's how he's able to get the production, and that's how he has the budget. So, Yeah, his parents literally bankrolled him. What, buddy? It's alright. What do you want? What, puppy dog? What is it? He's so needy. Did you finish your chew? Good boy. Dude, most movies aren't even worth, like, watching in theaters in general, much less paying to watch in IMAX. Like, most movies aren't even worth your time, much less money. So, I couldn't imagine actually wasting money to see a movie in IMAX nowadays. I don't really know if Jeff and Kojima are actually friends. I think it's just Jeff glazes the fuck out of Kojima, and Kojima uses it as an opportunity to fuel his massive ego. So, I don't really know if there's an actual friendship there.
I can't afford this shit!
You seem like the guy that comes across of not liking storytelling in general. Yeah, I don't like leftist storytelling, which unfortunately is 99% of media. Most storytelling in video games nowadays is fucking garbage. It's the same predictable copy-paste or just ultra metaphorical slop that, you know, we've already seen 100% in other, you know, entities, whether it be movies, TV shows, or other video games.
I can't afford this shit!
Like, I really like the Final Fantasy games. Those are narrative heavy. But it just depends. I don't really like many modern games at all anymore. Yeah. There's a 0% chance I will ever be nominated for Content Creator of the Year, so if you're looking for that, keep dreaming, man. That shit ain't ever gonna happen. I'm not gay or female enough for that one. Not to mention the fact I wouldn't be caught dead at the actual Game Awards, so there's also that too. You'd never even get me in the door. Nah, bro, Jeff upgraded to a different Goyim now. He has that other chick who's way more attractive than Melanie. And probably younger, too. So, nah, he doesn't need her anymore.
I can't afford this shit!
You mean the Sid? I don't know her name. Whatever the chick is that does, like, the pre-show. The one that everybody, like, simps out over, I guess. I don't know her name. But what if Elena Pierce asked you to come as her date? Would you pass up those sweet Aussie Khazar milkers in a heartbeat? That'd be the easiest no of my life. That bitch has a face made for radio.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see. Nefarious with the 2 gonna make character AI of you for A. That's gay as fuck, bro. I would encourage you not do that. Don't go too far down that rabbit hole. And then also at the 2, watch The Incredibles. It's pretty right. The Incredibles? I doubt that, man. That's Disney, right? I don't think Disney's made anything right-wing since Walt left the company. And Nefarious of the 2, Griffin Howard Gaming Steen. That's right. That's the only way I'm getting Content Creator of the Year is if my last name ends in Steen. Which it doesn't. So, it's already over, man. It's not gonna happen. Yeah, Walt was a very based guy. Tony Esquire with the 5. What's up with Marjorie Taylor Greene turning on POTUS Trump? Sucking up to the Democrats doesn't matter because JD is winning in 2028. She's done. Because apparently, essentially what happened is she wanted to run for the House, or no, the Senate in Georgia. And Trump sent her a poll saying like, hey, you are going to lose by 20% to the Democrat Ossoff if you run against him. So he didn't endorse her. So because he refused to endorse her for the Senate race, she now has a fucking pole up her ass and is bitching and moaning about Trump now. So it's like basically a, you know, typical woman move of, I didn't get what I want, so now I'm gonna fucking throw a fit about it publicly and try and make your life a living hell. So many such cases, man. It's another shining example of why certain women especially should not be in politics. So yeah, basically she threatened to like turn against him and speak out against him publicly if he didn't endorse her, and because Trump cares about like the weight of his endorsements, he decided go fuck yourself. And yeah, that's why she's acting the way she's acting right now. Dude, of course it has nothing to do with Israel. Because if that was the case, then she would have been against Trump the entire time. Dude, all of this political shit is fucking theater at the end of the day. None of these people have a genuine fucking view to save their life if it means, you know, obtaining more political clout / power. That's all they fucking care about. So Trump has always been pro-Israel since the very first day he announced his running. Like, the majority of his friends in New York are fucking Jews. His family literally has Jews in it. His grandkids are Jewish. Like, if anyone actually thought that Trump wasn't pro-Israel from the beginning, is retarded. He always has been. So, it's like, yeah, if that was the case, then why would she have supported him in the first place? If that's the, you know, the breaking point. No, the breaking point is that he refused to endorse her for the Senate race. So, she thought that she was owed something because she did X, even though nothing was ever promised. And, you know, as a result, she wants to throw a fucking fit publicly about it. And, like, try and be a thorn in his side because she's a vindictive bitch. Like, simple as that, man. It's as simple as that. A woman didn't get her way. She mad. Rat kicker with the 2. Become an Augustus, Griffin. I wouldn't be opposed to it. You know, I would happily be the dictator. Even at risk of assassination, I'd do it. But also, it wouldn't be that big of a deal for me because I would just never leave my palace. I would build like a palatial home that, you know, doubled as like a military base and just never leave it. You would have to ascend a 3-story staircase in order to come and kneel at my throne. Weren't most of the Caesars killed by their guards? Yeah, because they were fucking retards. That's the thing, man. Is most of them were fucking dumbasses. Like, they cared more about spending money on stupid shit than actually governing the country. So, yeah, eventually they were executed because they either didn't pay the Praetorian Guard or were literally batshit fucking crazy. So... I would do neither of those things. You gotta remember, too, like, most Roman emperors would literally fuck, like, you know, the wives of wealthy Roman citizens. They would, you know, imprison their political enemies and, you know, all sorts of shit to piss people off, so... They weren't exactly saints prior to execution. So there's a reason why Augustus ruled for 40 years, you know. He was a good emperor, so his guard never had a problem with him. So there was a lot of good emperors, but also a lot of bad ones too. You're not gonna sample some ass? Bro, I don't fucking... Dude, if I get to rule the fucking world, essentially, I don't give a fuck about ever having sex again. Like, fuck that. I wouldn't even think about that at all. The hell? Fuck that. Why would you throw away, like, the best position in the world for some fucking ass, bro? Hell nah. No thanks. I'd be as celibate as a Catholic monk if it meant I get to be emperor. The fuck? PWR needs a piece of ass? Well, he's a weaker specimen. Man, I need to wake up. How will I make kids? The nation will be my child. Bro, you see a fine piece of ass and you don't ever have none that's OP? Huh? I see fine pieces of ass all the fucking time, but shit. I don't think Griff is gay. Really? Do you mean that? He's just disappointed in the offering? No, I don't have time to date. Nor do I have the energy. I don't have the time or the energy to date, nor the care, so. Like, the thing is, bro, is maybe once I'm no longer in a state where when I have free time, my first instinct isn't to sleep.
I can't afford this shit!
Then maybe I'll date. But as long as, you know, my first go-to activity while I have free time is sleeping, I'm gonna have to decline. Rad Kicker with the 2 be like my favorite Emperor Hadrian. Just be gay and destroy Jerusalem. And while you're at it, right? Nah, the only cards I get are Pokemon cards, bro. You gotta get it straight. I already have all the Aerith cards. I don't need any more. I only buy Pokemon cards now. Nope, I'm not really a Charizard fan, so I don't have a first edition Charizard. I don't have one of those. I don't think I'd even want to have one, even if I could get it. That shit costs way too much. You can get way better cards for the same price. Emperor Titus thoughts. Hey, he's fine. Not one of my personal favorites, but he's fine. Dude, my favorite Roman emperor is Tiberius because he's the one that invented the concept of the pedophile island. Hell yeah. That shit's crazy though, man. Imagine being the emperor and what you choose to spend your time on is sitting in your fucking, you know, island resort surrounded by a bunch of naked children. Brutal. Sacrifices for Moloch. No. He would just have sex with them. Yeah, look up the Emperor Tiberius and his island of Capri. Like, there's literal pornography still remaining from when he was alive that he painted all over the walls of his palace. So, yeah, it's pretty wild. But yeah, it was like the proto-Epstein Island, pretty much. And he would just sit there, and basically his Praetorian Guard, the commander, was the real Emperor of Rome the entire time. And, you know, it plays into, like, the Bible as well, because, you know, the whole reason why they executed Jesus was because Jerusalem was a super fucking obnoxious province to govern. Go figure. And because of that fact, it was having all sorts of civil unrest, and because Tiberius hated the fact that he had to be emperor, which is pretty fucking wild. You know, he resented having to do anything that required him to govern. So if the governor of that particular province was not doing a good job at keeping things running smoothly, then he would just have them executed. So that's the reason why Pontius Pilate executed Jesus, is to prevent a revolt, because he was already on thin ice with Tiberius, because, you know, Jerusalem was hard to govern. So historical context for you, but yeah. Yeah, it's why Hadrian literally just went in and fucking flattened the city. So he went in, destroyed the temple, and dispersed all the Jews. So that's when they renamed it to, I think, what? Syria Palestinia was the Roman name. They renamed it after that fact. But yeah, they basically flattened the city, dispersed all the Jews around the empire, and, you know, renamed it. So it used to be the province of Judea. And they went and basically razed Jerusalem and, you know, exiled all the fucking Jews because they were too unruly. So Why was porn not considered degenerate? It was always considered degenerate, but I think you're forgetting about the fact that porn is not really a thing that existed during the Roman times. It was more so just, you know, sexual drawings that were very crude in nature. You know, it's not really comparable to watching someone on camera get fucked. It's like looking at, maybe at best, Renaissance art, which even then is probably far more sophisticated than anything the Romans painted. You can look up, like, just go look up Capri Tiberius Palace paintings, and it'll come up. You can see what it actually looks like. They're pretty crude. Like, they're not here. I can just pull one up real quick. They're not super, like, high detail. Well, I thought I'd be able to find it. Alright, well, I can't find them, whatever. It keeps giving me fucking pictures of the actual site, but not of the actual, like, details. I can imagine Griffin in a toga drinking wine at the Colosseum while two Jews fight a group of lions. Yeah, something like that. But yeah, that's an interesting rabbit hole you can go down, is the Tiberius's Capri Palace. You know, it's basically the proto-Epstein Island, if you want to look at it that way. Mr. Marvin with the 11. Appreciate it, man. Got a good video recommendation. Yeah, we can check it out. I appreciate it, man.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Oh no. What's oh no? My cope song playing? I don't know. What am I coping about? This song is more so, I would say, a lasting reminder of kind of the last period of my life that I was, I guess you could say, somewhat happy. But I don't know, man. I just like this song. It's super, like, just chill, dude. This, like, the Dark Souls 2 Majula music, the Nameless song, the Aerith theme. Like, there are certain, like, game soundtracks I just like to listen to on loop. Yeah, the Skyrim music, I listen to that all the time, too. Shit. I need a girlfriend that'll make me happy. Oh boy, will it? I doubt that. Yeah, Aquatic Ambience is a good song too. Yeah. I need someone to spend money on? Nah. I'll just keep hoarding cards. Oh, shit. Nah, the only thing I need is a massive house, a shit ton of money, and consistent sleep at this point. That's my my best path to happiness. Is a lot of money, a big house, and plenty of time to sleep. I have none of those three. I don't know, bro. My favorite theme from Dark Souls is definitely the Nameless song. I think that's probably the best one from the original, at least. Like tonight, bro, like I was very tempted to not stream and just sleep, but that would be every night. Griff will cheat on his wife? I thought I was gonna die alone. Now I'm gonna have a wife to cheat on? What the fuck? How does that work? You're chasing your dreams in bed while I'm chasing my dreams in the real world? Yeah, but what if my dreams include having a big-ass house with a big-ass bed so that I can sleep in it? Then wouldn't my dreams have already come true? See? Didn't think about it that way, huh? But yeah, pretty much my main goals in life are to get a big-ass house.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
After that, I can figure everything else out. Raging Boar with the 5. If I find a new song, it's the only thing I listen to for a while and have on loop. When I get hooked, I get hooked. Yeah, I think that's pretty much everybody, though. Once you get, like, the earworm, basically, of a new song that you actually really like a lot, you tend to listen to it on repeat for a bunch. I think that's everybody, though. I'm pretty sure most people go through something along those lines. I know I do, for sure. This fucking crappy ass map. Why did I just fall off? The hell? I didn't jump off the tank. Damn, I didn't even get capture credit. That's so gay. Shit. Fuck. I'm stuck on a bush. Damn it. Yeah, it's very rare that I ever listen to an actual album. Ah, shit. I don't know, I've never really been an album listener. I always just listen to individual songs. Because when I started listening to music, I was like in the iTunes era. So I got into the habit of just listening to individual songs versus entire albums.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
And Zool with the 5. Hey, Griffin, what are your thoughts on the Steam Machine console will be coming out next year? I think it's fine. It really just depends on the price, I guess. If it's like $500, I think it's a really good little device. You know, apparently it's just under the power of a PS5. And apparently if you look at like the Steam chart, or not Steam charts, the Steam like hardware survey, the specs are basically on par with like 50% of gaming PCs apparently. So it quite literally will be the average computer on Steam in a console-like form factor sold at a console-like price. So I think it's pretty cool for what it is. Will it sell anywhere near as much as something like a PlayStation? Probably not, because you have to buy it directly from Steam. They're not selling it through third-party retailers. So I don't think it'll ever be like in the same kind of atmosphere as, you know, a traditional console at first, at least. But I think it's pretty cool. Like if you want a second computer for like a different screen in your house, or you want like a small portable form factor that you could travel with maybe, I think it's pretty neat. But it really just depends on the price. If it's like $500, that's great. If it's like $700, I don't really think there's a point in buying it. I mean, unless you really want another you know, PC for a second screen in your house. But I think it's pretty cool. I like the form factor a lot. It's reminiscent of the GameCube, which I'll never complain about.
You shut the fuck! Don't you fucking tell me to my face to shut the fuck up!
Brandino with the 10. Unironically, Sony and PlayStation, or Sony PlayStation wants to be Hollywood so bad with their slop games, yet Nintendo curb stomps their movie slop with 1.3 billion films of Mario. The Zelda movie will destroy the Horizon movie. Yeah, I saw like the screen, or I guess not screenshot, the picture from like the set. And, you know, the chick that's playing Princess Zelda is definitely easy on the eyes, so to say. But yeah, honestly, Nintendo, ironically enough, is more Hollywood inadvertently than the rest of these so-called movie slob studios, because it's like, you know, most Nintendo games now, especially something like Donkey Kong Bonanza, like that game screams like classic, I guess, Disney in a sense. So if you really want to think about it, they're creating more like authentic movie-like experiences, but in game format, than most of these movie game studios are trying to do. But yeah, PlayStation, you know, because of their Columbia Pictures or whatever the fuck that Sony owns, you know, they, I guess, want to integrate that aspect of the business into the others. I don't know, man. It's very odd. But yeah, Sony, you would think, would do a lot better in Hollywood given their history and pedigree and all that, but they really don't. Nintendo is outdoing them at every opportunity just because they have genuinely great IPs, and on top of that, they actually give a fuck about their IPs too. I don't even think it's, well, God of War, I wouldn't even say is a success, but the thing is, like, we're talking about, like, actual movies. Yeah, if you're talking about movie games, then sure, they've had some successes, but I think we're referring to mainly, like, the film adaptations. Like, they tried to do a film adaptation of Until Dawn, and it fucking flopped. You know, people are starting to turn on the Last of Us TV show. You know, they're trying to make a Horizon movie or something. Like, none of that stuff is even going to do remotely as good as something like a Mario movie or Zelda or whatever. So... Link looks like Twilight Princess version, which is fire. Yeah, the chick who plays Zelda's fire as well. So, it seems like it was good casting. Yep, they are filming it in New Zealand, so they're going for that Lord of the Rings feel, which is smart. But yeah, I'll probably never actually watch the Zelda movie, but I'm glad for those that are interested that it actually does look like it'll be pretty good. Fuck. Oh, there goes the chat. This map really does fucking suck, man. They need to remove it from rotation. Ah, fuck. Damn, this song's kind of making me want to play Final Fantasy 15 again. Maybe I'll dust off my Steam.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Let's see, Zool with the 5. Appreciate it, man. Speaking of Nintendo, since the Steam machine looks like the GameCube, are they gonna take Valve to court since Nintendo's done shit? Nah, I doubt that, man. If they would have done that with the Series X, maybe, but yeah, unfortunately, I don't think they own the shape of a cube. Yeah, honestly, the GameCube to me is such an underrated console. That shit was peak. You know, everybody had a PS2, but everybody wanted the GameCube when I was growing up. You know, nobody gave a shit if you had a PS2, because it was kind of just like, whatever, everyone has a PS2, but if you had the GameCube, then, you know, everybody wanted to go over to your house and, you know, play Mario Kart and Super Smash Brothers and, like, Mario sports games and Rogue Squadron and all of that shit, so that's how it was with my friend group, at least. Like, if you had a GameCube, everybody wanted to, you know, hang out with you and stuff, because it's like, you know, the Nintendo games were actually cool. Yeah, fuck you, bitch. It was too ambitious. Yeah, I don't really care, because like the third-party stuff never really interested me back then. I couldn't have given a fuck about third-party games back in the day. Like, growing up, the only games I cared about was, like, first-party Nintendo stuff, with the exception of a very few, like, third-party games that released. I mean, thinking back on it, like, the majority of the games I played were all, like, first-party Nintendo games. Whether it was on Game Boy, DS, GameCube, Wii. Like, pretty much all I played was, you know, first-party Nintendo games. Obviously, I had, like, the Star Wars Battlefronts and stuff like that, but, you know, I was never playing shit like Resident Evil or GTA or anything like that. That shit never really interested me. Yep, good old Claymore, man. Gotta love it. Shit. Vendetta with the 2, ReZero, Season 4 coming April. I thought that ended. Is that still going on? Damn, man. I don't know. I kind of lost interest. I watched the first season of ReZero, and I kind of lost interest in it pretty quick. They spent way too much time on that stupid blue maid chick. And then Bleach as well. Yeah, once Bleach ends, I'll watch it. But I don't want to have to wait, so... Once, you know, the 1,000-year Blood War arc is done airing, then I'll watch it. I mean, I already know how Bleach ends, because I read it, but... Yeah, once that's finished airing, then I'll watch, like, all of it, just kind of as a marathon. But yeah, I've heard the new season of Bleach is pretty good, so... Is ReZero the one live-action RE series? No. ReZero is basically about... Isn't he like a Coomer or some shit? And he dies and gets teleported to a fantasy world. And he has like the power to relive every single day when he dies or some shit like that. Dude, it's literally Dark Souls, but... Yeah, it's one of those, like, I'm a fucking massive loser, but now that I'm in a fantasy world, I'm gonna bag a bunch of anime bitches type self-insert story. And, yeah, I mean, the gimmick is that the guy dies and then restarts, like, the day from scratch. But it's like, I feel like there's no stakes with a story like that, because it's like, okay, well... If he's just gonna die and restart, who fucking cares? He's a neat? Alright, well that's the same thing as a Coomer, bro. What do neats do all day other than just jerk off? Does he ever end up with the white-haired chick? I don't remember her name, but she was like a princess or some shit. Does he ever end up bagging her or nah? Yes? Alright, cool. I'm glad he didn't end up with the stupid fucking blue-haired maid. Oh shit. We got a bunch of tanks firing on us. Fuck. Let's see. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Madoka Magica was peak. New movie next. That's like the little. Which one is that? The well, this doesn't really sound super specific, but that's like the Magic Girl anime, right? I have no fucking idea. I've never watched it. If you want me to change the song, then
Give me monies!
otherwise, shut the fuck up. Yeah, I just kind of lost my interest in anime completely. I just watched one too many shows where it either never gets an ending, has a shit tier ending, or is just, you know, obnoxious fan service bait. It feels like the majority of anime, which, yeah, I understand is the purpose, literally just exists to sell anime figures, which, yeah, I know, that's like the whole point of anime, is the marketing aspect, but, you know, it's like, there's not really any good stories in anime nowadays. Most of them are just extremely fucking cookie cutter. No Game, No Life didn't get an anime? Yeah, it did. They had 12 episodes and they never fucking followed it up. It just had a cliffhanger ending. Many such cases. You have to read the books, which no thanks. I don't want to have to switch mediums in order to get the fucking ending. Especially when I'm not that invested in the first place. How much would someone pay you here right now to give a positive and loyal review? I don't fucking know. I mean, if you want me to lie, it's probably going to cost a lot. Juan with the 2. What's this? The Street Fighter music. Alright, that's fine. Yo, shit. Holy fuck. What even hit me? A helicopter? Damn, man. I don't know. I didn't really care for Berserk, but I only ever watched the anime. Shit. I don't know why, but there's like an anime. I can't remember what the name of it was, but tell me if this sounds familiar. It's like this... I think it was like a high school, which, yeah, doesn't really narrow it down. But they have like some sort of alien or something that like turns people into crystals. And like some fucking pink-haired chick sings. And it like breaks the crystals, and in the end the guy gets like blinded or some shit. Like, I don't fucking remember what it was, but I just remember that one was pretty bad. There's some pretty retarded fucking anime plots. I don't remember what it was.
All right, awesome.
But
Thanks,
yeah,
nigga. All right.
I think she turns into a sword or some shit. It was something really retarded, man. Guilty Gear? No, that's a fighting game. No, this is an anime, not a video game. Hold on, let's just look it up real quick. Anime with pink-haired girl with crystals that sings. Yup, it figured it out. Guilty Crown is what it was called. Yeah, that one. I remember that one was pretty odd. Z-Herb with the 10. Appreciate it, man. What's up, Mr. Gaming? Can't believe your COD brain rod has finally been broken. I know, dude. Isn't it amazing? It's magic. Now you can play great games like from X-Slop, like Halo Combat Evolved again. Hell, I bet you'll finally see the brilliance of Starfield. Exactly. You know, the Outer Worlds 2 is downloading as we speak. I can't wait, man. So many great games, not enough time. Guilty Crown had a fire intro. I don't remember it. I'm trying to remember what anime openings I even liked back in the day. It wasn't very many. Yeah, no, I'm not replaying Starfield. Dude, I did every achievement in that game trying to force myself to like it. I really just don't. Like, I actually genuinely tried to like Starfield. Dude, the series Naruto would have been better off without Naruto. Like, if it was just Sasuke, it would have been a better series. I mean, shit, bro. The entire series is literally the story of the Uchiha anyway, so it's like... You really didn't even fucking need Naruto in the franchise at all. He just literally ruins most scenes he's in. Damn, I didn't hit the roll? What the fuck? Yeah, fucking talk no jutsu. Oh, shit, man. My cough's gonna come. I gotta keep drinking. I've had a cough all day today, which is bad. I really don't want to get sick again. I just got over what I had. Naruto had a lot of milkers. Yeah, when he used the sexy jutsu. Dude, I remember that shit. It was like, hold on, let's see. That was pretty, it was pretty revealing as a kid. So, it definitely left an impression. Like, it was pretty damn revealing. Here. Yeah, this is what it looked like. It didn't leave much to the imagination, bro. I had these when I was like 6. Or no, maybe a little older when I got the books. I started watching Naruto when I was really young, but I got the books probably when I was like 8 or 9. So, yeah. Really didn't leave much to the imagination. Z heard with the 5 Griffin released the Dreamcast guy files. We need the truth about what was happening at the Cheesecake. Nah, dude, at the Olive Garden.
This is giving hand jobs in an Olive Garden parking lot. Sucks like wet dick in a fucking Olive Garden parking lot.
Fucking suck dicks in an Olive Garden bathroom.
Olive Garden apparently was the place to be. I guess that's the gay scene in Dallas. I don't know. Nah, you couldn't see the nip. It was like, so whenever they did have the nip, it was like a band-aid or something over it, so it would never actually would show the real nipple. I should watch Disney. Oh yeah, man. Change the music? You won't like what I change it to. Be careful what you ask for. I was pretty much listening to this song all day today, sitting at my desk, so I literally don't get sick of it. Yo, what the? Oh, come on, really? How fucking gay, man. No, I've never bought a whole cow. I don't have a massive freezer, so... If I had like one of those big ass, like, you know, standalone freezers, then maybe, but I don't have anywhere to put a whole cow. You'd need a lot of freezer space in order to do that. Z Herb with the 5 thoughts on the French Revolution. When reading a bit about the Jacobins, it's weird. They kind of had a pseudo-socialism bent to them. Coincidence? Yeah, it's similar to the Russian Revolution and many other revolutions around Europe. We'll just say that. But yeah, it was a catastrophe for France. So the only good thing that came out of the French Revolution was Napoleon. But even then, they turned on him. But yeah, most revolutions in Europe around that time had a similar source, we'll just put it that way, of a banking class of society. Defeat is imminent. Should have kept the Templars around. They would have been a much better type of banking class. Well, that's why they couldn't be kept around. Let's see, what other game soundtrack can I torture y'all with? I wonder. See, I can always find a different song. So Juan with the two, I'll check it in a second. Griffin will end it if he gets a girl. It sounds like a good idea until you... What? We'll end it? Dude, I'd never kill myself over a void. The fuck? What type of retarded ass person would do that? I mean it like you'd be annoyed as shit. It sounds great. The idea of a girl, and then when you get one, oh boy. Well, yeah, if she's annoying, I'd cut that bitch off in a heartbeat. Real talk. Do I get tired listening to the same music every single day? Not really. I don't really pay attention to the music that much. Plus, I don't really listen to music in my free time at all, so... That's the thing. Not to mention that this is like the song from arguably one of the best video game scenes of all time. It's hard to get sick of it. Because when you listen to it, you get the member berries. Let's see. Is he here with the 10? Appreciate it, man. Call me crazy, but I don't think this Epstein file situation's about the victims. The people crying won't be happy unless there's smoking gun evidence against a certain man.
All right, awesome.
It's always
Thanks, nigga.
about
All
him
right.
now. Yeah, exactly, man. That's what I've always said, too. It's like, even if they release the files, bro, these people are not going to be happy. You're not, like, the thing is I genuinely don't think people are going to be happy until they can literally see a video clip of someone raping a kid. Like, that's the kind of fucked up part about all of this shit. Is the type of people who care so deeply about this genuinely wish that there is, like, child sex abuse, like, material that they can personally view to confirm that all this shit is true. Like, that's the end game of all of this. You know, anything short of, like, literally watching kids get raped with your very own eyes will never be enough for, you know, the type of people who obsess over the Epstein shit. It's pretty crazy, man. Doesn't want you. I really don't care that deeply about it. Just keep my taxes low and my immigrants. Never mind. I should never. You can guess where I'm going with that one. Yeah, that's really all I care about. I'm not a white knight crusader for, you know, the Epstein victims or whatever. Oh shit. Reload! Yes! Keep the country clean, that's right. As clean as some freshly bleached sheets, that is. Sometimes you go on tirades about social decay of society, then you say you don't care that society is being run by a ring of child rapists, which is it? When did I say that? I said I'm not a white knight for the Epstein victims. So, two very different things. I'm not going to concern troll about people I don't know or really even care about in the first place. Sorry. Griffin's on the list. That's right, man. You already know. Elijah Petty with the 5. Some argue that helping America against Britain bankrupted France, leading to the revolution, but long-term structural financial issues did play a role.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Assistance in the Revolutionary War was that big of a capital drain. I mean, probably contributed to it, but I think more so the 7 Years' War, which ironically is, you know, the reason why the Revolutionary War happened in the first place, where the British, you know, fought the French. That bankrupted Britain and France. So the French viewed the American Revolution as a way to get back at the British after the 7 Years' War. And yeah, I mean, they already were in kind of financial turmoil at the time. Yeah, the only reason I ever heard of Jeffrey Epstein was Alex Jones for years used to talk about him. And his link to the Clintons. Chat crashed. There we go. If I'm being honest, I don't care. This shit happened. I obviously don't like it. But at the same point, it's not going to change. And I mean, that's the thing, bro. You find one Epstein, 2 more pop up. So that type of, you know, entrapment / blackmail routine is as old as time. So somebody else will just pick up the mantle. Oh god, I don't know if I can listen to this whole thing. We'll see. I don't know if I have the bandwidth. I was fighting for my life just to get on stream tonight. It was so tempting to just lay down and sleep. Jeez. This might just drain me. I'm a dirt merchant? Yeah, blackmail's a profitable business, man. I'd get into it if I could. Oscu with the 5 when you're done listening to Juan's garbage. Alright.
Alright, awesome. Thanks, nigga. Alright.
I'll put on a, before I do that, I'll put on a Final Fantasy song that you guys will probably like because, you know, it has attributes of the music you probably listen to. And it's energizing, dude. Whoa. Dude, there's no such thing as a Chinese mid. Chinese women are either extremely hot or fucking ugly. There's no in between, bro. There's absolutely no in between. Shit. Oscu the 5. Yeah, I can. Alright, that's fine. There we go. Dude, I will not end up marrying a Chinese anything. The Chinese are not for me.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
I think the only, like, if I had to pick an Asian to go, like, a group of Asians to go after, it'd probably be the Japanese. That'd probably be the only way I would date an Asian chick. But that's a big if. Like, probably never gonna happen anyway. But if I had to pick a type of Asian chick to date, it would be Japanese, not Chinese. You know, only because Uncle H gave his blessing. I mean, to be fair, the Japanese are like the whitest Asians. They're the most civilized, I would say. Never date a Philippine woman? Why is that? And see her with the 5 played this. Alright. I guess that doesn't even damage it. Why the fuck does the main gun not damage another Jeep? That's retarded as fuck. You should at least be able to damage like vehicles. Yeah, I can't damage it. That's obnoxious. I feel like that should be fixed. Got him. At least dude, so I can't damage Jeeps, but I can damage helicopters? Make that make sense. Make that make sense.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Dude, this guy put us in such a shitty position. Like, literally have tree cover, tree cover. And I can't shoot him down either. I don't know how you switch seats. F1. Oh, okay. I can't swap. Oh, F2. Okay, there we go. Shit. Let's see. Got a much better line of sight now. Now I just have to wait for the helicopter to show up. Well, that was down. Uh-oh. Can I damage that? Nope. Aw, seriously? Dude, how long does it take to fucking kill one of these guys? That was like a continuous stream of fire. And it's just like, nah. You're just peppering them. Why this tank hasn't attacked me yet, I don't know. Like, it should clearly be able to see me. Oh, I spoke too soon. Dude, you know what this map reminds me of? That shitty-ass Dead Island 2 game. Holy fuck, man. Oh, shit. Fuck. I didn't even see that. Oh, there he is. Okay. He's there. It's a playlist. Alright, I'll do the other song first. Buff Garfield with the 31 months, attacking people in helicopters, begging to die. I don't know, bro. I used to do the tank, sniper shit with the helicopters, like, you know, ping them with the tank rounds. That was always fun on Silk Road on Battlefield 4. So I used to be pretty good at doing that. I doubt I would be now, because I haven't done it in so long, but... I used to be like a pro fucking helicopter sniper with a tank. Well, I took him with me. Oh, shit. When I was good at games, so never. I've never been good at games. That's the secret. Oh, attacking people from helicopters is begging to die. Gotcha. I thought you meant because, like, the helicopters can just, you know, pepper your ass with rockets and, you know, fly away. Yep, that was an enemy tank. You guys want to hear a good sound? I don't know if the mic will pick it up. It's a beautiful noise. Yep, a stack of cash. You know, instead of like a fidget spinner or whatever the fuck, I have a stack of cash to fidget with instead of that. Let's see. Bill Herb with the 2. Trump gives the best head, so I've heard. Man, I need to wake up. Drink G Fuel? I already am. It was a struggle to wake up. Or I shouldn't even say wake up. Just to get myself out of bed to come stream. I was laying down with my dog, all comfortable, in a dark room. It was very, very tempting to just sleep. I don't know why, man, but I've been just tired as fuck lately. It's brutal, dude. Yeah, the Unk status is hitting hard. Like, even today, just editing that slop video, like, bro, it was a fucking struggle to get myself through it. I don't know, man. Yeah, I guess it is the Unk status setting in. I don't know what else it could be, but yeah, bro, that shit was like, I couldn't stay focused. I just kept getting tired. I don't know, man. It's getting rough out here. I just find myself wanting to sleep all the time now. It's bad. Shit. Nah, I've already been Unk status for a while, at least mentally. Sleep all goddamn day. Dude, honestly, like, give me a big ass house with a big ass, like, California king bed, and, you know, that might as well be my life goal at this point. Just falling asleep in a big bed in a big open empty space. Heaven. Body catching up? Probably, man. I mean, I've had this schedule since I've started working, so it's been over 4 years of doing this pretty much every single day. How old am I? 27. So, I'm getting up there in the years. Still in my prime? That's right. I've never felt better. Dang, you're a year younger than me? Yeah. I do, like, cybersecurity shit. I mean, the thing is, like, technically I'm a consultant, but I'm working in a cybersecurity role. Which is kind of ironic, because, one, I don't have a cybersecurity background, so the fact that I'm consulting on something I quite literally don't even know much about is kind of funny. But yeah, it beats coding. So, that's the way I look at it. But yeah, I do like a cybersecurity purchase auditing type shit. My job will be taken by H-1B Asians. Well, I just got promoted, so I don't know. Probably not. I think I'm gonna be okay. Unless I'm in for a hell of a, you know, New Year's surprise. But, I don't know. In your old videos, you sounded younger and less dead. Yeah, I was definitely happier back then, I would say. Still had a little bit of life left in me. There's nothing left. Well, I'm just like, I don't know, bro. I'm just kind of in like a perpetual limbo right now where I don't make enough money to change my circumstances, but I don't make too little money to complain, if you know what I mean. It's like I'm kind of just stuck in a limbo where, you know, I make enough money to not be like worried and sad, but I don't make enough money to be like happy. I don't know. I'm just kind of stuck in limbo where I live. I can't, like, actually go out and buy a house or anything like that. The middle class? I'm not middle class where I live, so if anything, maybe I'm lower middle class. The average income where I live is $185,000, and the average income needed to buy a house where I live is $250,000. So sounds like me. I make decent money enough to live comfortably, but not enough to break free and move above the system. Not yet. Exactly. It's like a state of just perpetual limbo. Stagnation. Oh shit. Getting gassed. You don't make enough money to live the life you want? Well, it's not even that, bro. I just want to have, like, an actual house and shit. But it's just completely out of reach in my area. So, I'm stuck living in a shitty, like, fucking apartment type setting. Where I'm just super fucking cramped all the time. And it's like obnoxious. I don't know. I hate like small confined spaces, and unfortunately that's what I'm forced to live in. I just found a death machine. The fuck is this thing? What the hell? We'll all have our soy pods, Griff. I know, man. I can't wait. Can't fucking wait. Nope, I don't have anything I'm buying for Black Friday. There's literally nothing I want. Not to mention the so-called deals are like fucking dog shit anyway. I don't know, man. Like, there's not anything I want to spend money on. I already have headphones, already have TVs, already have game consoles, already have video games. Already have a cell phone, already have a laptop, already have clothes. Like, what else do I even need to buy? I don't know, man. One of the last things I enjoyed was spending money, and even that's kind of like meh at this point. Even that's kind of lost its luster. Some chicken? I don't have anywhere to put chickens. Griffin supports genocide? That's right, I do. You think supporting genocide makes you cool? I know it does. Not really worried about being cool, man. Buying a new bed? Why? Am I gonna cry about anti-Semitism? Why the fuck would I care about anti-Semitism? I'm not a schnoz. I'm a lowly goy. I'm like cattle to them. I'm supporting a genocide to pander to tiny. Yeah, exactly, dude. Absolutely. It wasn't just 6 million cheese pizzas, it was 12. Like, does he actually think he's doing so? I don't know what he's like actually getting at here. Apparently, I'm the #1 supporter of Israel, bro. Yeah, I'm sure my Israeli passport's in the mail as we speak. Look at all these retards sending this guy money, and and he enjoys seeing toddlers dead. I'd enjoy seeing you dead, to be completely honest. Then why did I use Israel calling? What the fuck are you talking? Like in Call of Duty? Probably to trigger retards like you fucking dumbwit. Like, yeah. Probably to fucking trigger half-wits like you. What fucking calling card has the Israeli flag? Was that in Modern Warfare 2 or some shit? I don't even fucking remember what COD I did it in. I remember it was to trigger people exactly like you. So, mission success. Don't lie, you used that calling card when people were scared to speak against tiny hats and public opinion hadn't shifted yet? No, I literally put it on because I knew it would trigger bleeding heart leftists like yourself who, you know, love their heckin' wholesome brown Muslim brothers. So, yeah, who would gladly see you beheaded for being an infidel. No, I just find the entire Palestine bleeding heart bullshit to be fucking gay. So, sorry. I wouldn't shed a single tear if the entire fucking country of Israel got nuked tomorrow. Although, I don't know, man. Maybe I would, because all those Khazar milkers would be lost. You mention Muslims, but won't say a word of criticism about Jews? That's right, man. I've never... You heard it here first, guys. I've never said anything negative about Jews at all. Not even one inkling of negativity directed towards our, you know, greatest allies. My favorite banking buddies. Oh my god. Jesus. So this guy literally came here because of a fucking calling card in Call of Duty from, what, 3 years ago? My guy. First of all, where the fuck did you even see the calling card? I haven't played that game in like 3 fucking years. Second, why the fuck do you care so deeply about a fucking Call of Duty calling card? Are you that retarded? Go take your bleeding heart leftism elsewhere, my guy. Your performative concern trolling is not of interest to me, bro. You know, you can LARP and feign, you know, sympathy and, you know, genuine care about a group of people that you have no connection to whatsoever, but it just comes off as super performative and gay, if I'm being honest. Oh, shit. The Khazar milkers were promised to Griffin 3,000 years ago. Yeah, exactly. So if you were being genocided by some Jews who stole your land, wouldn't you want people to care? It's happening to white people right now and nobody blinks a fucking eye, so yeah, nah. Like I said, it's performative fucking outrage. You don't actually have any fucking idea what's actually happening. You base your worldview on Jewish media, and then act like you're somehow standing up against them. Oy vey. That's right, feed into their plan to have the West sympathize with Palestinians, so we welcome all 2 million of them with open arms into Western civilization. Good goy. You'll really show those Israelis when you take 2 million of their unwanted human refuse off their hands and out of their borders. You really showed them, bro. Ah, man, it's all so tiresome. Bill Herb with the 5. Here's some money from the Zionists themselves. Thanks, bro. Oy vey, that super chat's been clipped. Bill Herb with the 5. The people who hate Israel are no different than the LGBT crowd. If you don't care about it or just not care enough, then you're a Zionist Mossad agent. Exactly, man. See, I like the Chinese's mentality of, you know, domestic issues. I think any country should be able to do whatever the fuck they want to their own people within their own borders. I genuinely don't fucking care. I'm not gonna feign sympathy. I'm not gonna go out there stomping my feet like, oh my god, dude, oh, the humanity. Because it's just gay performative concern trolling. You don't actually care, you just want to act like you're a good person. Period. So... I don't really give a fuck what the Israelis do within their own borders, to be completely honest. My only gripe comes from, why are we giving them money? But that goes for any country. This is quite a sageful insight. Hold on. How did it get deleted? Yeah. Well, I downloaded it. I don't know if I can, let's see. Maybe I can stick it on Google Drive. Yeah, I'm supposed to be a beacon of positivity, but apparently someone was so deeply offended by my Call of Duty calling card. It's pretty ironic. You're such a coward, you don't even show your face, the face of a genocide support. Oh my god, dude. Whoa. Where'd you get that? From Blue Sky? Hey bro, can I ask you a question? What have you personally done to help the Palestinians out? Like, a genuine question. You know, if you care so deeply about this issue, why are you in a stream of someone playing Battlefield 6 raging like a fucking autist about a Call of Duty calling card instead of actually going out there and doing something about it? If you care so fucking deeply about it, man. And it's not just performative gay fucking, you know, concern trolling. Give me a point by point how you're actually making a real difference about something you care so deeply about, bro. Love to know how you're just the model world citizen out here. He should donate his brain to science. Let's just check. Yeah, I bet Dark City is just rotting away in some apartment complex, and nobody's even cared to check. See if he's alive or dead. Who's Dark City? He's some, like, shit lib who would, constantly come in the chat screeching about how Trump's gonna lose, blah, blah, blah. And towards the election, he became more and more, like, retarded. He just started spamming, Trump is a fascist, 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 fascist. You all are Nazis, Nazi, Nazi. And then, like, you know, that type of shit. And we would just, like, mute him because, you know, he's spamming all the fucking time. And, you know, he just became more and more unhinged leading up to the election because he probably knew that deep down Camel Toe was going to get her fucking ass beat. And, yeah, he just never showed up again after the election. So, rumor has it he's still swinging from a fucking ceiling fan to this day. His body is yet to be claimed because no one bothered to check up on him. But yeah, that guy was crazy, bro. He also, I think he was an X-bot too, right? I don't remember. I think your soy boy left. Well, dude, it's like, it's many such cases. These performative fucking concern trolls, they don't actually fucking do anything. They just feign sympathy and, you know, talk about how empathetic they are and how much they care much more than you, blah, blah, blah. But when they're actually asked to do something, they're like, whoa, whoa, ooh. It's just a bunch of bullshit. I see through the lies of the Jedi. I'm not gonna feign sympathy, empathy, or concern for a group of people I have nothing to fucking deal with in the slightest. Man, I just don't get the whole fucking, you know, these guys are too dumb to realize what's actually happening, bro. The Israelis are the ones who are pushing the whole genocide narrative because they want the West to basically open their doors to the Palestinians so that they can mass deport them from the Gaza region so they don't have to deal with them anymore. Like, that's the whole end game here, is to basically, you know, make people sympathetic to Palestinians so that Western nations essentially take them off the Israelis' hands willingly, displacing them and redistributing them into Western society to further culturally enrich our society. And then we'll realize why the Israelis wanted them gone in the first place, because they're not these peaceful, innocent, loving people. So, I don't know, dude. the right, especially, that, you know, latches onto this pro-Palestine cause is literally just playing into fucking, you know, Zionist propaganda, as they would probably say. But yeah, it's pretty ironic. Ah, shit. I'm a Fed chill. How so, PK? Did I get him? Yes. Yeah, the only country I really care about is the US deeply. But, you know, I do also empathize with the plight of Europeans as well. But, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't really care that much. Gonna move to the Hamptons? Why would I want to do that? I have zero interest in living in the Hamptons. There's no pores there? I guess. I mean, there's a lot of places in the country with no pores, bro. I don't really want to live in the fucking Hamptons or in New York at all. Personally, but, you know, to each their own. Yeah, but what's so special about living in the Hamptons? Nothing. It's literally just a shitty New York beach town, right? Dude, I just want a big house where I can have plenty of room, and I'm good. Like, give me a big, open, white room with nothing in it. And big windows that let in the natural light. Do I have to pull up the picture again? Why am I playing COD after shitting on it? This is Battlefield, man. This is called Battlefield 6. Shit. What was the most hyped you've ever been for a game? For me, it was Arkham. That's a good question. That's a good question. Hyped. I don't know, honestly. That's tough. Because I never used to really get hyped about games. In the traditional sense. I don't know, bro. Probably Rebirth, but yeah, I have no idea. Honestly, I have no clue. I mean, I guess the most hyped I've been is for Remake Part 3. There you go. A game that is yet to be released. Let's see. Trying to find something. Alright, this is close. I need some shit like this, bro. This is what I need. Give me a massive room like this. But I want marble flooring, not wood. I want it with marble floor, not wood, all white, and I want it completely empty. I need a room just to exist inside of, like that. It's beautiful. It's perfect. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to get. You want a room just to steam even more? Or wait, stream even more? And continue to be alone? No, this has nothing to do with... No, there would be no, like, computer or anything in here. It would literally just be an empty room like this. All white, marble floors, similar windows to this. And you would just walk inside and just take it in. Nope, no Pokemon cards in the room either. Nothing. Just purely empty. Oh, it must feel nice. I can feel it, dude. I can imagine it now. I could imagine it now. Just the empty space with nothing in it. You can just move around however you want. You can sit in the middle of the floor. You can pace around the room. You can stand in front of the window looking out. You know, nothing. No computers, no TV. You leave your cell phone in a different room. Nothing. But, yeah. One day, man, I'll have something like this. Believe it. Bruh, Brit would never step foot in that room. Only I would be allowed in that room. It's only for me. No one else can enter it. Can't fit wide loads, huh? Yeah. It's got a weight limit. Did my headphones just stop working? I think so. Or maybe... I think the game just crashed. Some DirectX issue. It's probably those fucking COD drivers I just installed. You know, another beautiful side effect of that game. Did I leave? Sometimes I wish I could. I almost didn't stream tonight, PK, so... Hold on, I'm just messaging somebody real quick. Alright. As much as overhyped Expedition 33 is, I don't think it reaches the level in which Baldur's Gate 3 was being pushed. That or Witcher 3 as well. Witcher 3 was glazed to no fucking end. Now, The Witcher 3 is really good, but the glazing surrounding the game was crazy. Like, people were, like, hyping it up as, like, this small indie game. You know, the greatest video game ever created by a small indie studio. Blah, blah, like, I don't know. The Reddit shit. It was a Reddit moment. Similar to Expedition 33, the Redditors ruin everything. What song is this? Only the greatest song. Well, it's more so the greatest. It's the song from the greatest scene in gaming. That's for sure. Here, I'll just show you. I feel like watching it now. Let's see if I can find it.
Maybe you're not okay.
The quality's bad.
Ah, he lives. Finally awake, are we?
There we go.
You're...
Aerith. It's Aerith. And you are?
Cloud.
Nice to meet you again.
Again, huh?
What? You don't remember? What about the flowers?
Oh, the flower girl. And this is...
An old church in the Sector 5 slums. You came crashing through the roof without so much as a look out below. Fell
The
right into my
single
flower bed.
best sequence
Lucky
in the
for
game
you.
follows this part.
Like, really?
Sorry, I didn't mean to...
Don't worry about it. They're a lot tougher than they look. This place, it has a kind of power. Before I forget, you dropped this when you landed.
Thanks.
I've got one too.
You and everybody and their mother.
Not like mine, no. It's special. Mine's not good for anything at all.
Oof.
Bet you just don't know how to use it.
Could be. Though, I really don't mind. Just having it is enough. It was a gift from my mother. Pretty crazy, huh? Us meeting again like this. You should stay a while.
I agree. A very long while. A very, very, very long while. But yeah, one of the best, if not the best sequences in all of gaming. Hands down. Yeah, apparently Sony released a discounted version of the PS5 in Japan, and supposedly their I guess head of PlayStation, who is also Japanese, said it's because of stiff competition in the Japanese console market, and that's because the original Switch is outselling the PS5 in Japan. It's actually pretty brutal, dude. It's actually pretty brutal.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Schizo Garcia with the 2. I'd argue Joker's death was up there too. R.I.P. Kevin. Oh, and Mass Effect. Right? Maybe. Oh, Arkham City? Oh, okay. Yeah, I was not drawing that one. In Japan, bet life-size dolls of anime characters are outselling everything else over there. They use eggs. They use masturbation eggs. I shit you not, man. How do I know about this? Because I've been on the internet for more than 10 minutes. Still have a few of them? Oh my god. Jeez, hopefully they're not used. Show egg? I don't know if I can pull up masturbation eggs on stream. But you've never been on 4chan, so you're not red-pilled? You're right, I'm not red-pilled. I'm a beta buck cock. Deal with it. But yeah, I've never been on 4chan or 8chan or really Kiwi Farms at all or any of those sites. I'm not a internet citizen, dude. I'm just a lonely chud trying to make my way in this world. Kiwi Farms is based. They have a whole anti-trans section. That is based. I just don't use websites like that. I don't know, man. I've never really been into, like, fucking, what do you call them, like, forums or message boards or whatever the fuck. I don't know. Not really my thing. I don't like talking to random people in general. I'm not here to conversate. Damn, bro, I got fucking sniped from 300 meters? Jesus. I was gonna get in the tank. Yeah, Sephiroth is a really cool villain. He's got like that really cool mystery behind him, especially if you've never played Final Fantasy VII before. But yeah, he's a very cool villain. I mean, you know, that's what Namura regards as like his #1 set of characters, so yeah. Final Fantasy VII probably has the most iconic characters in the franchise, hands down, across the board. But yeah, Sephiroth's really cool. He just made one mistake, bro. He killed off the only character that's better than him in the game. So therefore, he can never be forgiven. Am I a Final Fantasy shill? More of a Final Fantasy VII shill or a Final Fantasy 15 shill. But I like the franchise a lot. But some of them definitely have their problems. Yes, I'm getting Kirby Air Riders. I still need to pre-order it digital. But yeah, I'm gonna get it. I have a physical copy coming on the way, too. Is there any Final Fantasy with a... Wait, with T and A? What, tits and ass? Pretty much all of them, bro. Most Final Fantasies have goonable characters. You could play, 16, yeah. 16 is pretty good. It just suffers from a lot of the, flaws that a lot of modern, you know, linear movie games kind of have. But for the most part, it's good. The boss fights definitely carry the experience. Yeah, cutscene-itis. There's way too much fucking dialogue at parts in that game. Like, you'll be talking to a random NPC for like 20 minutes. It's like, bro, stop. That and the side activities are pretty bad. But it's decent aside from that. It's got some of the coolest boss fights you'll ever see in an action game. The problem is because the boss fights are so fucking awesome, it makes the rest of the game, which is kind of mid by comparison, look even more boring. So... you go from like this insane high to a pretty low, so... Man. Only Final Fantasy game you beat was Rebirth? Play Remake, dumbass. The hell are you doing, FBI? You didn't play part 1, but you played part 2? Disgusting. I kind of want to replay part 1. Maybe I'll wait for the Switch version to come out. But I've been kind of yearning for the Aerith scene again. Or segment, I guess you should say. Dude, I know, like, remake is kind of stretched out, but there's something very, very, I don't know how to word it. like homey about it. And not like the fucking Mexican homie shit. Or black, I guess, like a friend. It was more so just, I don't know, man. It sounds kind of gay to say, but it's like, it feels like home, dude. If that makes sense. There's just something about it that's like super fucking, you know, inviting. I don't know. It's hard to describe. But you just get really enveloped in it. You get really, really enveloped in it. Like cozy? I guess. I don't know. It's just incredibly immersive, I guess, is what I'm looking for. But there's just like not many games like it. And you know, people love to shit on the remake trilogy, but it's like, bro, you can tell the people that made that love Final Fantasy VII. They absolutely fucking love the source material. So I get the same feeling with Final Fantasy 15 as well. Where it's like you just kind of want to jump through your fucking screen and like live in that world. It's nice. I don't know, dude. I don't really know if they are going to screw it up. Because, I mean, they already have like the foundation of the story done. You know, they're sticking to the main events, it seems like, for the most part. And on top of that, like, I don't really see how they could fuck it up. But we'll see, I guess. Fingers crossed. Shit. God damn it, there goes the chat. A comfort game? I guess so. It's like one of those games you can just play and never get sick of. Yeah, even the background music can be on loop for hours and doesn't get on your nerves. Yeah. Like, I really like the wall market music too. Here, I'll play that. I like that a lot. Like, I don't know, it's just everything about the remake trilogy to me just oozes soul. Everything about it just oozes soul to me. Am I gonna stream part 3? Depends if I'm still doing YouTube at that point. We'll see. Oh shit. Holy fuck. Yeah, I would have been dead either way. Damn. That thing came barreling at me. Another one of my personal favorites. Let's see. Is this one. I think this is like one of the best remixes of like the classic Final Fantasy music from 7. I really do like this one. Like, this random fucking boss has like one of the best themes from the game. Just kind of funny. The fucking air buster. And not just because it's right before you meet Aerith, too. I really like Custom Valkyrie, too, from Final Fantasy Rebirth, but that technically is an original song, so it's not in the original Final Fantasy VII. The Junon music, yeah. I really like that song that plays during Rufus's speech. That one I really like, personally. DSP is immortal and will do YouTube till the end of time. He doesn't really have another choice. Dude, like, if he lost YouTube, his life would be fucked. Oh shit. Asmongold ghosted him. Brutal, man. He probably did some WWE pre-rolls in anticipation of the boosted traffic.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Ah, shit. There was two of them. Resident Evil Zombify with a 5. My buddy said Final Fantasy VII Remake combat is bad. That's an L. Said Souls likes and Expedition 33 is better. No taste at all. Yeah. Many such cases, unfortunately. People wouldn't know a good game if it bitch slapped them in the face. Well, we'll see if he gets his inheritance or not, man, because inheritance is easy come, easy go, especially because, you know, his parents apparently have health issues, which means that that inheritance may not be around for too much longer if they have to start spending money for medical expenses. What the fuck is this guy doing?
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
What the fuck is this guy doing? Yep, that was the right call. Ah, shit. If my friend told me ass was better than puss, I would tell him he's probably gay. Well, that would be an accurate diagnosis, I feel like. What if he told you T was better than A? I'd say, ain't yo mama black? But, yeah. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Can we play? I guess. As long as it's not too bad. Alright, we'll see. If it's a cover, I might get the copyright, so... I need my EBT, that's right.
I'm under 6 feet tall. I wish I had 8, 10 eyes. Don't talk to females. Just jerk off and cry. Chat screw her daily. Just like a whore. All women are evil.
Holy recoil, dude. I couldn't even fucking
They're
hit
so
that guy.
fucking evil. But I'm a chud. I'm an incel. What are they doing here? Billions must die. Circumcised us all. The Jews have control. I want a perfect jawline. I want an Aryan soul. They don't want you to notice when they are around. No fucking foreskin. I wish I had foreskin.
Fuck.
But I'm a chud.
How did I not fucking kill that guy?
I'm an incel. What are they doing here? Billions must die. Oh, oh, yeah.
Holy shit, man. Fuck. He had that. Oh, maybe not.
I wanna post some gems, but I'm only finding coal. So fucking over. It is so over. 'Cause I'm a chud. I'm an incel. What are they doing here? The West has fallen. The West has fallen.
The fuck is he doing? All right, there we go. Oh, you can poke the bush. I didn't know that. Ah, really? Damn. Brutal. If you poke hard enough, you'll find plain parts? Maybe. Maybe. I wouldn't count on it though.
I can't afford this shit!
Night Stalker with the 5. It's doomer time for us Aussies. In the late 40s, over 90% of Australia was white. Now it's only 54%. It's Jover. Same with the US, man. But we won. We were the winners. We defeated the evil fascism, dude. Exactly. So, it's the same thing here, unfortunately. We're, I think, at 56% white. Something like that. So, we're not too far behind. Shit. Would I ever go to El Salvador? I don't really have a reason to.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
Oh, there we go. Let's see. What's the next one?
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Let's see. So, Oski Wosky with the 5. So many Aussies in chat. Alright, I'll pull it up in a minute. Alright, actually, let me check what it is. Okay, I can play it real quick. Alright, hopefully that's the video, not my computer.
Burn the heretic! Kill the mutants! Purge the unclean!
For white people, yeah, exactly. Soon. Schizo Garcia with the 2. Australia needs another Cronulla riots. Not familiar with that.
Either subscribe, donate, or get the fuck out.
Stupid fucking chat. Midnight Mawile with the 44 months. Appreciate it. I completed the new Doom. It's fun, just different. Yeah, it doesn't really feel like a Doom game, but it is pretty decent for what it is. Oh shit. Fuck.
I can't afford this shit!
Enemies are attacking Delta. Our troops have secured more objectives.
Dude, I wish Trump was the Gestapo. We'd have a civilized country if that were the case. We would be entering into an era of the golden age. No, he just needs to stop caring about the courts and shit. That's the biggest thing. It's just, you can just do things. It should be the motto. So... who's gonna stop me? That needs to be the attitude. Yep, dissolve the courts, dissolve Congress, take power. You know, that's like one of the most hard things that, you know, Napoleon said was like, I found the crown of France in the gutter. It's like, you can just do things, man. Yeah, democracy is a fucking joke, man. You can't tell me that all people deserve the same right to choose how the society is run. That shit's crazy. Some fat, morbidly obese single mom who just leeches off of welfare is just as American as you and me, guys. Fuck that. You know, some fresh off the boat Somali has the same voting rights as you in most states. Let's see. So Oski the 2. Let me see. Oh shit, that was loud. Alright, there we go. And let's see. Schizo Garcia with the 5. The Cronulla riots were the biggest race riots for white people in history back when Aussies were men. It was worldwide news in 2005. Wogs or dogs? Yeah, I have no idea, man. I had never heard of that before, but yeah, good luck with that today. Everybody's domesticated cattle for the most part. You know, most men, air quotes, are just completely obsessed with fucking sports. And that's it. Shit. Yeah, the term sports cattle is so fucking accurate, man. Sports cattle is literally so fucking accurate. Let's see, Yogi Bear with the 20. Really appreciate it, man. Give me my sports balls. That's right, dude. Dude, I gotta watch the game to figure out how, you know, African American number 85 shoots the fucking football or whatever. Dude, I don't even fucking care. I don't fucking care. Sports is so gay. It's so fucking gay, man. What's this mid-ass music? FBI, it's from the game that, you're, Oh, what was that bitch's name? Vanille is from. Weren't you the one that was simping out for Vanille? I'm pretty sure you were. Nah, that wasn't you. I don't believe you. I should put on some real. Is it this one? This is a pretty. I think this is what I'm thinking of. Yeah, this is a real Doomer song, bro. Especially if you've played the game. Did I hear about Synth's brother spazzing out playing Kirby Air Rider? No, I did not. Why would that cause one to spaz out? Yeah, why Kirby Air Rider in particular? How does one win? Like, honestly, that's the thing I couldn't figure out while playing Kirby Air Riders. Like, how the fuck do you even win it? Like, the concept of winning in that game seems pretty far-fetched. Oh god, I switched my class. Fuck. Damn it. I don't want this. I don't want it. This was during Chudcast.
You're broke! You're fucking poor!
Bohemian Grove is a Jewish daycare center. I don't know. I would consider most corporate jobs to be that. This thing has such shit fucking recoil. You can barely even use it. Let's see. Bill Herb with the 2. What's this?
No,
Oh, it's that.
Come on, come on.
It's an actual video. Alright. Let's see. Not that one. This yeah, this one. You can't skip cutscenes in 13? Yeah. I don't really blame people if they do go after archive channels, because you are just stealing content at the end of the day. So, you know, it's up to the individual if they care if people do it or not, but just straight up ripping other people's shit and re-uploading it is literally not only against YouTube TOS, but it's also against the law. But, yeah. And my standing with the whole archive channel thing is I don't care if people do it, but if I tell them to get rid of something, then they have to get rid of it. Or if I leave the internet, then you gotta delete it. Those are the terms. Otherwise, I'll just strike it down. But yeah, for the most part, I don't really care. Let's see, where is... There we go. Since I'm in the mood. I already played Aerith's theme earlier. You missed it. Oh shit. There we go. The woman singing is getting the best finger blast of all time, I guess. I don't know. Tainted the song with gooning. Yeah. Many such cases, man. The zoomies can't shut it off for a minute. Dude, I haven't played Dark Souls in over a decade. I don't even remember half of the fucking game. That would be a disaster stream. Ah, shit. Gwen was such a great subversion. He was built up as a great lord, slayer of dragons, and builder. All that was left was an empty husk. Yeah, because the fire faded, dude. Yeah, the Japanese are super obsessed with the cyclical nature of things, which is common in most Eastern cultures, but yeah, especially with the Japanese. I could be playing Ark Raiders? Yeah, I'd rather not. I don't have any desire to play that shit. Oh, man. Yeah, I know. I've had a bunch of people ask me about it. It's the new, you know, Maheckin streamer approved game of the week, I guess. I don't fucking know. Alright, we'll watch these real quick and then see how we're doing on time.
This message.
Don't ask me what this is about. I have no fucking idea.
This message is to Grace. Grace is a fucking nigger and a hater, and I will always hate her now because of what she did. And yes, I will bomb the White House. I will fucking bomb the White House. I will fucking bomb every single police station in the entire U.S.
Yeah, he's definitely a credible threat.
And Grace told me to make this video.
Train to Union Station departing in 1 minute.
I fucking am. I fucking am. I fucking am. I fucking am.
Yeah, there are some people that should just be fucking euthanized.
I want her fucking dead. I want her fucking dead. I want her fucking dead. I want Grace fucking dead. I want her 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 fucking. I want her fucking dead. I want Grace fucking dead. I want Grace fucking dead. This is for her. This is for her because she's fucking been behind all the manipulation ever since the beginning. I want her fucking dead. I want her fucking dead. I want her fucking dead.
Yeah, I want him dead. Disgusting. Shouldn't have to live this way. Truly repulsive. Alright, we'll see what this is. I don't know if we're gonna watch the full thing.
This is what the new world...
We already watched... Yeah, we already watched this. We watched this. Is this different, or... I don't really want to listen to the fucking pedo shit again.
Order is all about. China is a good example of it. The age of consent...
Previously... Should I just skip ahead then?
On diet. One such group would be the vegan community, and more recently the carnivore community, which I'm sure we're all familiar with to some degree. Vegans often get labeled as a cult because of the mentality that some of them have and how they promote their lifestyle. The vegan community itself is a giant mess like every other community, and it's filled with every kind of person you can imagine.
Well, that's a really bad start to a video. Yeah, vegans are just like us, guys. They're completely normal and fine. You know, 99% of them having malnutrition at all times and then being, you know, colossal sanctimonious fat. Yeah, I don't know. I suddenly don't want to watch this anymore. This is pretty gay. I agree with however you even say the guy's name. Is that supposed to be like Severage or something? I don't know how to say that. How do you fucking say that? Give him a minute. Fine.
There's good advice, bad advice, tons of moral fagging, even fake vegans. And worst of all, they got dirty raper, Ryder. It's a rough scene in Whole Grains. This video isn't about vegans though. I don't have any issue with the vegan lifestyle. Some of the people can be a little culty, but they're good people though. Honestly, in my opinion, the most interesting aspect to spawn from the vegan community would end up leading the charge against the very movement and lifestyle he was once a part of. Today's video is about YouTube's very own ex-vegan, sun-gazing, blood-drinking, raw-meat-eating future cannibal. Let me introduce you to Severage.
When you use blood, it's a sign of power because likely you killed somebody, you want to fight if it's somebody else's blood, and then nature rewards you. Similar to how people used to drink the semen of somebody they killed, the warriors, because they usually...
Yeah, chat just got really excited for some reason. I don't know why.
Erection from the excitement, testosterone. Nowadays you would have to pay somebody $1,000 to do that. That's how twisted things have gotten.
Where do I even begin? So
what the fuck is he talking about?
I covered some crazy before. Jesse the Ego Lifter, Charlie the Delusional Boxer, Rainier the Dragon Lord, which by the way I heard you guys loud and clear in the comment section. No more shitty captions. I'll do that right next time. Regardless, we can agree we've come across a bit of lunacy. But I'm gonna tell you right here, right now, Severage is hands down the craziest person I've ever spoken about to this day. Like I'm talking real, actual crazy. Like puts the lotion on the skin type of crazy.
I've been down here 2 weeks, man. What do you want?
Puts the lotion on its skin. Now!
Well, say it, don't spray it, brother. Dang.
We're gonna joke around here a little bit, but for real, this dude's been institutionalized more than once. And due to Severage's current gypsy lifestyle of traveling back and forth between the States and Europe while using random subscribers to literally house and support him, I think people need to know just who exactly they're letting in their house. Consider this a dank PSA. So there's a
Okay, somehow I don't think whatever content is in this video is going to stop anyone from housing this guy. If you're crazy enough to house like a random fucking YouTuber, then there's no way this video is going to sway him.
Couple things right off the bat you need to understand about Severage. Over the years, he's adopted this very unique outlook on life, where everything is and should be natural, almost tribalistic. Things like morality are nothing but a construct of society designed to repress our own natural animalistic views.
Sounds fucking base to me. That's just an example of, you know, just extreme contrarianism, where you're so disgusted with the state of the world that you gotta just throw it all in the trash. Listen, I can relate to that on some level. I mean, I'm not nearly that crazy, but conceptually, I understand it.
That saying violence is not the answer is such a deception, typical and natural behavior, because in nature, if you want something solved, you go and do it. You remove the problem. It's our instinct, but nowadays we actually go against that. We have these ideas in our head and associate violence with this good and bad.
And everyone's like, Norwood, balls. I'm not gonna say anything. I mean, my Norwooding is actually not that bad. He looks extremely bad right there, but mine's getting there. My hairline's not quite like that's like if my hairline was like up right here. I've still got a little bit more than that, but you know.
Is that what Norwood means? Yeah, I had no idea what the fuck that meant. I've heard that before.
I'm not that much better off than him.
Should we mix it up? It always comes down to that, the negative and positive. On a round Earth, there's a North Pole and a South Pole, and they want to tell us that there's this polarity in nature. But on a flat Earth, there's no such thing, and everything simply is, and that's how nature actually is.
Science is based off numbers, and therefore unnatural, and should be looked at like a religion, not facts. You can tell he's highly influenced by the truther and the New Age movement, but Severage can't be defined by only that. He gets much darker.
And I've been called a sociopath more than once, and I understand why, and the people...
Sociopath is just a synonym for based, depending on who's saying it. You know, if I'm calling someone a sociopath...
I'm blue-pilled. I mean... I don't really consider that blue-pilled. I don't really know the balding scale because I'm not fucking balding.
Bad. I'm probably referring to some, you know, some normie NPC piece of shit who, you know, wants to suppress any free thinking. But if it's some lefty calling someone a sociopath, that just means they're based. That's literally all it means. It has nothing to do with not caring about other human beings, or you know, nor narcissism or any of that. It's just oh, you had a real ass opinion. You're a sociopath. Oh wow, yeah. Thanks for your buzzword.
Who are called psychopaths nowadays? Actually, the way I see them, they're actually more sane than the people walking around here. For real.
I don't quite agree with that. Psychopaths are a real problem. Like people like Ludwig. Those are the fucking parasitic crypto Jew. who's destroying everything. So, you know, if there's any Ludwigs in your life, stay the fuck away from him, that's for sure.
See, I stumbled upon Savage's channel a little over a year ago when he went full anti-vegan, and I thought it was kind of funny because he seemed to be causing a little bit of commotion and really trolling the hell out of some of them. Recently, he's been going to veganism protests and eating raw meat in front of them. A couple weeks ago, he was actually arrested for eating a squirrel in front of a bunch of people. Does anyone know if he went out and caught that himself?
He was arrested for eating a squirrel in front of a bunch of people? What, he's not allowed to eat a fucking squirrel in public? God damn, dude, there's too many fucking rules. That's some good publicity, though, having his fucking channel name on the back of his shirt.
Just curious. It's kind of crazy to see the intensity of both the vegans and the carnivore groups. It's like cult wars.
Yeah, true. If he was a fucking refugee, he would absolutely be allowed to eat that squirrel in public. There's probably like Syrians or like any, it doesn't matter, Muslim, Indian, whatever, in the UK eating squirrels right fucking now, and there's no one arresting them. I guarantee that's true. Guarantee it.
Right. You can get it from there, yeah. Oh, fuck.
But like every degenerate rabbit hole in the net, this one goes way deeper than originally thought. I'm gonna ease you into it. Right now, Savage is a strong promoter of the carnivore diet, but he's got his own special twist on it. So he thinks you should never cook meat.
Yeah, I mean the Haitians, they were eating people's fucking cats and shit, so there's no way. I mean, how the fuck?
Dude, the Haitians are eating each other.
You get arrested for eating a squirrel in public. Where's the law? Public disturbance. Just fucking keep walking.
And it should be eaten raw. Fat, blood, bone marrow, and all. The fresher the better. Well, sometimes. He has also been known to promote eating rotten meat also.
Or too much. I can't even get it all in.
I mean, he's clearly mentally ill. That's obvious. I mean, we could tell that from the last video. But
You've probably been told all of your life that childbirth is very painful, right? It actually isn't, but it is for most women in the West, and that's because they give birth almost 15 years too late.
Because no one says that many extremely base things back to back with a complete straight face. You know what I mean? I know I can't. I'll laugh going overdosing on base, saying crazy shit like with the state mandated girlfriend stuff. But by him, you know, no, this guy's crazy, absolutely. But who cares if he's crazy? I don't give a shit.
Somewhere along the lines, Savage watched a YouTube video about intestinal bacteria and gut biome and came to the conclusion that since there's some beneficial bacteria out there, then all bacteria and viruses and diseases must be healthy and natural. You're going to see a trend here.
But he's got to up his immune system like the Indians. You know, Indians are immune to disease because they're constantly exposed to it.
Savage. He's an all or nothing type of guy, meaning there's no gray area, no room for conversation. He goes right to extremes. If it doesn't fit his understanding, it's evil and satanic. He's one of those types of people that knows just enough to seem credible to someone completely unfamiliar, but at the same time, the advice he gives is absolute trash, like claiming fiber is poisonous and should be avoided.
The thing though is that when we eat these things, we do not digest them because we are not plants and we are not made to eat plants because we have a
base constipation maxing, just like me for real.
Completely different digestive system than herbivores who eat plants and actually break them down. And this is especially important when it comes to seeds of plants because these seeds are so hard and a lot of them are actually sharp, and this includes everything. Seeds means all grains, all what we call nuts and everything. It's quite dangerous to eat this. It's been proven many times.
He's obviously insane, but who cares? At least it's funny.
Sometimes his advice can be straight up dangerous. Come on, people. The same diet and lifestyle this guy's promoting right now almost killed him when he first started it.
What happened to me actually in the first week of trying raw meat, and this is not to scare you off, if maybe a little warning, if anything, is watch out if you eat bone marrow, because I got food poisoning from it. What I tried is eating the beef leg and the bone marrow inside of the bone. So it was this white substance, and it actually tasted really good. And I ate also chicken bone marrow, which was fine, which is very little quantity-wise. For whatever reason, I got this bacteria called Campylobacter enteritis something. I'll write it in the description, and it took me a month now to actually get fully recovered from it. I couldn't...
A full fucking month. How do you not learn your lesson? If I'm sick more than a week from something, I ain't ever doing it again. Well, that's probably not true, but a month is a pretty fucking long time. I have done stupid shit multiple times and not learned my lesson, but a month, hell no. A whole month?
Really opened the door. I couldn't run, couldn't skate because the legs weren't really working. And I watched a video about it. It's just the immune system fighting against the bacteria, and since it joins the mouth.
Because this dude's a forest child who was never told no by his parents, Swedes are all like this. The true Swedish man. Just eating raw meat in the woods and just going full schizo mode.
And that's why
it's his Viking ancestors are speaking to him, and like I guarantee Odin visited him and told him to write a list of every person he ever jerked off to. You know that happened. It absolutely happened.
There's inflammation, it just stops working, sort of.
I thought all bacteria.
Yeah, so that way he could deliver the new religion to all of mankind.
Good though. Savage has no place giving anyone nutrition advice. As a matter of fact, he has no place giving anyone any kind of advice. And the fact that he's been sun gazing for over 10 years should be enough.
Yeah, Chudyard. We love Chudyard here. Dude, I love how the fucking Chudyard schizo arc was just buried. That is incredibly suspicious to me. How do you bury having a schizophrenic meltdown? Like, I know that
you copyright strike everyone who uploads it.
Internet, you know, no one gives a fuck about anything anymore. That's just the truth. Nobody does. But it seems like enough of it happening. Like, people would never forget about that shit. And yeah, I don't know. It kind of really feels like no one cares that you know.
I think nobody watches him for him. They just watch him for the content.
Chudyard lost his goddamn mind on DMT. I don't know. It was only, what, a year ago? I think. It was like a year ago, right?
He's higher up like that. I just lay down rather than stand or sit in some way. Usually I try to sit or lay. Seems more natural.
Sun gazing, for the ill-informed, is where you stare at the sun without any eye protection for long periods of time. This activity has recently become popular as a result of the rise of the New Age movement, and some people actually believe a human can survive off only sun gazing, similar to how a plant utilizes photosynthesis. There is actually zero scientific evidence to support this, by the way. Actually, it's quite the opposite, in fact. There's tons of evidence that staring at the sun can actually cause permanent eye damage. Severed doesn't believe in science.
Yeah, I think that feels like common sense to me. I don't think we need science to tell us staring at the sun is bad.
So it obviously doesn't affect him.
Religions are absolute devotion and faith in a belief system, so the so-called science or scientism, as it should be called.
See, he's right, though. This is the problem. This is what I hate. Severage really, he feels like a personification of a lot of chat to me. You know, like, this guy is definitely chat, right? Where, you know, we're all in this together as the noticers against all the countless propaganda that we're exposed to all the time. But then you just spout off absolutely insane shit, pretend it's completely normal. You just say it with 100% confidence. And I'm just like, okay, you gotta stop with that. Like, you're making us look retarded. And that's exactly what this guy's doing. But whatever. I don't know.
Is absolutely a religion. And I would go as far as saying that it's more of a religion than the religions that we call religions, which would be Christianity, Islam, and so on.
Actually, if you ask him,
what did you just say?
Which would be Christianity, Islam, and so on.
Okay.
Actually, if you ask him, staring at the sun has actually healed his eyes. Too bad his vision has deteriorated to the point where he can hardly read anymore. Who needs books anyway, am I right?
People always ask me about my favorite books. I don't have any because reading is unnatural. It is not something you're...
Oh my god.
That's what I should say. That's what I should say. Every time Dad's like, hey, have you read anything? Even though I've said a million times that, you know, my ADHD is so bad I can't fucking read. I should just say reading's unnatural. I mean, why would I read? We didn't read in nature. What are you fucking talking about? Who the fuck reads? Let's say.
Supposed to like. It's as simple as that, and that's also how you ruin your eyesight, because you're always looking at little letters up close. Why are the letters so small? It's supposed to ruin your eyesight. That's the purpose.
This right here is the Severage cycle of thought. If something in life doesn't work for him or fits his understanding, he creates reasons out of nowhere based off nothing to discredit or devalue any actual evidence that contradicts the extremes he claims. A narcissist with Dunning-Kruger. According to Severage sun gazing,
that's the whole internet, though. That's not even special. It's just people are in denial. You just described the entire modern internet in a nutshell. Narcissist, Dunning-Kruger. That's everyone. That's fucking everyone, dude. That's not special.
Has actually awakened the door to the vast secrets of the universe for him, like how the Earth is flat and time doesn't.
It's the common symptom of the conspiracy theory types where it's like, oh, well, if one thing they said isn't true, you know, even though they said it was, then everything they say must not be true. And it's like, okay, yeah, no. And then they latch onto some retarded ass fucking theory. And it's many such cases. There's countless examples of that in like the conspiracy community.
Exist.
As Dr. Natasha Campbell said, we are liquefied sun, so we all come from the same source. And we wake up according to the sun's movement. When it's far away, we lay there as if we are dead. And when it gets closer, we wake up because it literally pulls us up, and that's because we feel the sun's presence. The sunlight doesn't have to directly hit us. This only works in a flat earth, because it circles around us, so it comes and goes.
Okay, so I gotta talk about this, because I know it's gonna come up in the comment section. I'm an open-minded individual. I get my perspective as my perspective. I may not have the same view as you, and that's because even though we're human, we've all had different experiences in life, different outcomes, different resources. We've been molded differently by our environment and society. Life's like a puzzle. We all have a piece to it. Some pieces give you a better idea what's going on. Some pieces on their own might just confuse you. But to get the whole picture, you need to see all the pieces, everyone's view. And personally, I actually like seeing how other people view situations. But I have my limits. With that said, we're not debating about flat Earth. Every time I mention it, 30 people go off in my comments. Do not link me Eric Dubé videos. I've seen them years ago when he had his first channel. And you know what? At best, he's an idiot with zero understanding of scalar physics, or worse, he's a liar. He's just capitalizing off his messiah complex. Before this channel even started, I was in Eric's comment section asking, begging for a debate. Nothing. Eric has no interest in actual debates or discussions. That's why he spent the last year making a kid's book, because they're the only ones left that might buy into it. The flat Earth party is over.
Well, as for debate, like Redditor is not a good look. I know if you hang out around a bunch of that might look good, but no. Debate me on flat Earth. It's like, that's fucking cringe, bro. Like, this is the problem. People unintentionally make flat earthers look good because they just act gay as fuck. And like, again, Severage said earlier, the scientism thing. That's why there's so many skeptics about literally everything.
Yep.
Like, the only thing people, even though obviously I use it as an example personally, even though it's not a good example because it's the one thing people usually don't question, is mathematics, right? Like, at least math, you can count on your fingers 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, so the whole 2 + 2 = 4 thing actually doesn't really make sense. It's not a good comparison. But people do question every other fact that we've ever been told across our entire lives because, I mean, you know, we've been lied to so many times. Why not just question everything at this point? Especially, I mean, if it doesn't even matter if the Earth is flat or a globe to 99.9% of the population's day-to-day life, right? So, I mean, that's the reason I don't give a fuck, really, because, you know, when people just embarrass themselves trying to make themselves look intelligent constantly, like, this is what I'm saying. Like, with no self-awareness, the guy's like, you know, he's a narcissist and he has Dunning-Kruger. It's like, dude, are you a fucking scientist? Like, your debate about flat Earth is probably just gonna be you repeating facts that you learned from somewhere else. You did not come to any of those conclusions yourself. So I'm not saying he's wrong. I don't believe in flat Earth, but it does show a remarkable lack of self-awareness to like speak with confidence based on facts you cannot prove yourself. There are just things you read about that the experts say.
Yeah, the flat earthers still exist. They're still going strong, man. It's pitiful.
You know what I mean? This is what I'm saying. It's cringe. This guy's cringe is what I'm saying. Whoever the fuck this is, I forgot.
So I'm open for debate about anything except for this, and the reason is I'm not having a logical debate with people who refuse to acknowledge proven science and mathematics. So if you come into the comment section and start spouting about how you can't see curvature and that space isn't real,
this video is old will released more or less during the end of debate too.
This channel,
that doesn't even matter. If you do literally anything based on the era that you're living in, you're a sheep. Period. I'm the same goddamn person I have always been. I have never changed my morals for any fucking trend. I don't give a fuck what's popular whenever. Fuck you. You know what? Think for yourself, motherfucker.
Eric the Tai Chi fraud baits me. Now with that aside, let's get back to Hannibal Severage. See, Severage's closed-minded cycle of thought and the extremes he goes to extends past the ideas he promotes and actually has affected his life negatively. A great example of this would be Severage's rocky transition from vegan to complete opposite, raw meat carnivore. A few years ago, he tried a vegan diet for several months, and for whatever reason, it wasn't working for him. I think it's because he shit himself, honestly.
2 days before New Year's, it's -7 degrees outside. I shit myself for the first time in my adult life.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably a decent reason not to do a vegan diet. I can think of probably 100 other ones, but that's a pretty good reason, I'd say.
Because when you eat plants, because they are indigestible, you get a lot of pressure, and you gotta go to the toilet a lot. And because there was nowhere to go, I was on the street. It happened. And because of muscle atrophy, it's hard to control it. It was horrible.
No wonder he hates fiber and farts. Anyway, I'll play a clip and let Severage explain to you what exactly happened to him on his vegan diet, and what inevitably led to the end of it.
If you're wondering where I've been, I was in the hospital for 2 months, and I'm not going to talk long about this because I don't even want to talk about it much. There's so many details I can tell you to make this a 2-hour video just talking about what I experienced. But to keep...
Why are you telling people this? You're saying this listening to a synthetic man stream? How many things have I said that I never should have told the internet? Well, you just get too comfortable after a certain point.
It's short. I was sungazing a lot. I sungaze all the time, every day. When there was a cloud, I waited for the cloud to go away, just sungaze all the time from sunrise to sunset. I went without food. I felt completely fine pretty much for a week. Then I slowly started feeling different, but it wasn't like I was fasting, because I fasted before and I didn't want to do it anymore because it was too stressful and just not fun. So I wasn't eating simply because I didn't feel the need to, I didn't require it, and nothing. And a month went on with only water, and I was getting a lot weaker. And you can see the videos of March, April, and May. I was getting thinner and thinner because I was burning fat for ketones, essentially, probably a lot less than other people would who didn't eat. And I was doing just normal day stuff. I even worked out. I started eating 2 days before I got to the hospital. They checked out that I had 400 milliliters of water around my heart in the Wasserbeutel of Deutsch. And they did a surgery, took out the water, and I was in the intensive care for 9 days. I was eating whatever I wanted to at that first 2 days. I was 9 days there. So after those 2 days, the doctor told my sister I'm definitely going to die. He had no doubt about it. That if I don't get this astronaut food, so to say, this liquid stuff, which is basically based on carbohydrates and tastes like chocolate milk, and he put that stuff in my nose, it went through to my stomach, and that's how I pretty much got back all those vitamins, minerals, whatever. I could have just drank it, but that's how they did. My mom thankfully brought me a lot of food secretly. I wasn't supposed to because of the so-called refeeding syndrome, and that when you eat, you throw everything up if you eat too much, but I told them that's not the case with me, but they didn't believe me. On day 9, I pulled out the thing out of my nose. I just couldn't take it. I didn't sleep for pretty much for 9 days, except for a few minutes, because I couldn't even sleep because I couldn't even breathe. The doctors thought that I'm a danger to myself, and they...
Oh, wow. Gee, why would the doctors think he's a danger to himself? That's a mystery. That's truly... I don't know how the fuck they came to that conclusion.
They want to send me to some other place where a lot of people who are anorexic, I guess, and my sister also believed that anorexic. I could understand why, and I understand why they believe that I guess want to kill myself because somebody stops eating, but who in the world kills themselves by starving themselves? I've never heard of that. That's too long. You just shoot yourself. Then the judge decided that I should be brought to the psychiatry, and that's where I was for 7 weeks. So I was pretty much over 2 months in the hospital.
Again, more proof that therapy doesn't work. You know, he had psychiatry. He's still insane. It's almost like it's a scam.
It was the clearest, purest moment of my life. It was just pure sungazing all the time. Just, even though I almost died, that's what the doctor said. I definitely don't regret it. I went through something amazing, really.
Okay, so I know that was quite a bit to take in at once. Don't rewind, we'll do a small little recap. He was on a vegan diet, sun gazing non-stop, started fasting on only water, no magnesium or potassium or salt mix, just straight water, which is a massive no-no. And as a result, his body shut down completely, and he was hospitalized and almost died. So the doctors started the process of carefully reintroducing nutrients into his body, which is what you do to prevent refeeding syndrome, which can also be fatal if done incorrectly. Severage, who obviously knows more than the professionals, decided to eat whatever he wants.
I hate that this is the video keeps playing as the B-roll, and we know why, we get it, huh? I know how this fucking shit works, but I don't know, it's cringe.
And eventually take his own feeding tube out, clearly disagreeing with anything the doctors advised, and actually endangering his life. And well, he ended up getting institutionalized because they thought he was trying to kill himself. Wow, but we're not done yet, boys. Severage often talks about incidents in his life, but he doesn't elaborate much on his life, and it's often months or years later that you end up getting the whole story from his videos. After his sun gazing warning, it wouldn't be till about a year later that you find out that that incident was pivotal in his progression to the Jeffrey Dahmer level carnivore he is now, because that incident changed him, gave him urges, weird ones.
This is why I want to mention what happened to me last year. When I was in the intensive care, I talked about this in the video, sun gazing warning. When I was really starved and then I started eating again, I wanted flesh so much that I actually wanted human flesh.
He's a fucking zombie. That's what someone said. Shit. Okay, hold on. I gotta pee again.
A few moments later.
Yeah, I want to watch a little bit more of this. If it gets too much into like moralizing gay stuff, we'll stop watching. But I'm just intrigued by Severage. I know chat. You guys were trying to show me to watch this guy's stuff for a while. Someone was complaining in chat earlier about it.
There's a reason for this.
I think it's safe to assume sun gazing causes permanent brain damage. But yeah, that's actually not the only time he mentions eating people. He talks about it quite often, actually. Like he's trying to warm people up to the idea.
What is this guy saying? He's not against cannibalism? What? What else is he open to? Why is he so open? I talk about in these last few videos about eating animals and such, and especially organs. If you have a problem with your organ, I don't talk about it. I've mentioned it twice in the past videos about eating other humans, but sort of as a joke, even though it wasn't. But that's how I put it because.
You know what's funny? I absolutely relate to the idea where it's like sort of as a joke, but it wasn't. But you know, I said it in a funny way. That's so much of modern humor in a nutshell. Is that the problem is people are so autistic that, you know, depending on your reputation, they'll either believe everything is serious or everything is joking. Like Sam Hyde has like the whole everything is joking when so much of it clearly isn't. But you know, people are autistic retards. There's no hope for them.
I realize that people aren't open about talking about this. Before you get all close-minded about this, just look into all the tribes. Look into people dying and then other people eating them as
the tribes.
I forgot the word, as a sign of as respect, let's just say that, to the one that died, and also nourishment, getting nourishment from the body and thanking the body. It all really makes sense. Really, it's going to click if you really think and research this and look.
Dude, that's my favorite schizo thing. This is how you know horseshoe theory is real. Is that leftists are basically like, believe the science, you know, trust the experts. And then the alt-right schizos are like, do research, dude. Do your research. And they'll say the most insane shit you've ever heard in your life and be like, do your research, dude. Just research it. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
That is from your soul's perspective, so to speak, and not just what we've been taught and brainwashed with.
And it's actually troubling, especially since he's bought blood off his own subscribers to drink.
Like, you know? Like, it's hard. Maybe I'll do too much. It's really hard.
Just leave a little, that's all.
That's virgin human blood for people wondering. Yeah, it's getting a little dark now, isn't it?
How do you know it's virgin human blood? I mean,
who do you think's watching him?
I told you, I'm gonna try to easy into this.
There, nigga. Okay, so there was like nothing. So like, because it was only till here. So.
It came from chat. You know, I was thinking that, but I didn't want to say it. At least one of you guys said it.
Thank you, man.
See, I'm not mean to chat. Chat's mean themselves.
It's like having sex with you, just better. I have you in me.
What the?
The most screwed up part is there's nothing really illegal about this. Apparently, cannibalism and blood drinking are fine in most places as long as no one dies. He's come a long way since his RuneScape days. Savage has always been an outlier or an anarchist, but after that hospital stay and this new lifestyle, his content takes a pretty big change.
So this is what I'm talking about. Like, I'm trying to bite my tongue and not complain about this bitch who made this video the whole time, but it's like, why would drinking blood be illegal? What, do you want, like, breathing the wrong way to be illegal? Shut the fuck up.
Conspiracy to New Age to what it is now. And that's this full-on animalistic, tribalistic perception of life. I don't know any other way to really describe it.
Right now I'm asking, in this society, right here, do you support anti-murder laws or not? The fact that it's this hard to get an answer suggests that you kind of know what's coming. If you answer,
I support nothing in this society.
Yeah, that's okay.
Dude, the Pepe guys literally chat like, you, society told me, no. I dare you tell me no. But this is good shit. This is a good video suggestion, I'll be honest. Just even though I don't like the host, like the actual content creator guy, like the clips is so good. The clips are perfect.
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to Sverige. Okay, so Sverige, just to be clear, you just said you don't support it. So
yeah,
you don't. Okay, so just to be clear, you would, if the German government wants to abolish the laws stopping people from murdering each other, you'd be for that. That's
actually
fine.
Yeah, because then the society would collapse. So actually, that would be awesome.
See, well, here's the thing, though. Okay, that answer wasn't that bad because there's plenty of like accelerationist type people who want society to collapse. He probably could have said way worse things than that. You know what I mean? Like, at worst, that's just being edgy. You know, really, like, fucking, I don't know. That's not that bad.
He's in every aspect of his life. And it's kind of fucked up how he views things that society as a whole generally deems immoral. Like, rape and murder.
Oh, no. Society deems something immoral. Well, society deems you should chop your fucking cock off, Chud. I mean, I don't know. Like, your avatar looks like a guy who might be slightly in shape. You're a fucking neo-Nazi for ever lifting a weight, idiot.
Rape and murder for one.
The fact that you believe that there's such thing as negative and that somebody can be negative says everything about you because you're depressed. If somebody sees something as negative, they're depressed because they're repressing somebody in themselves, right? Like, you can't see something as negative.
What the hell did you just say? Hold on.
You're such thing as negative.
Rape and murder for one.
The fact that you believe that there's such thing as negative and that somebody can be negative says everything about you because you're depressed. If somebody sees something as negative, they're depressed because they're repressing somebody in themselves, right?
Okay, this is schizo babble. What are you talking?
This is just retarded.
About? That was schizo babble 100%. Also, is he like oily? Like, what the fuck is? Why does he look like he's covered in oil or something?
Someone raping your girlfriend a negative? No, there's no such fucking thing. I don't know what you don't understand.
Yeah, that's called a red flag, folks. And while we're at it, here's another one.
How I used to sunbath nude in this one spot, and people didn't like it because they said kids also come here. As if kids would mind nudity. Kids are the last ones who will mind it. It's
Yeah, he wanted to get them all pregnant by 10.
This guy's really making it impossible to defend him on any level. He's trying his hardest. You have to respect it. You have to respect that he'll say anything for any reason. I give a fuck. He really does not care at all. I mean, truly, like that. You can just holy fuck. Stop talking, Sensei. Sensei, please stop licking the children's feet, Sensei, please.
all people who grow up and get manipulated and socialized who are like that.
I bet that Jeffrey Dahmer reference is making a little bit more sense now, eh? Actually, a much better representation of what I think is going to eventually happen is Severed is going to go down the Luca Magnotta path, like finding a volunteer type thing. Like if you were to find me on the streets in good old Canada and ask me if I thought he was capable of something like this.
This guy being Canadian makes so much sense. Like suddenly this whole video was recontextualized. Now I know I was seething so much at an Aryan Chad trying to relive his previous Viking savage rape. Like, yeah, he's just a reincarnation of some fucking heathen, like pagan ass barbarian, like motherfucker. That's what he is.
Just a month ago, I would have said no way. The guy's just an eccentric who likes attention. If you were to ask me today, I'd have quite a different answer for you. Too many red flags. I know it may sound like I'm kind of concerned trolling, but I'm actually a little worried, guys.
This is very well documented, but not a lot of people talk about it. Eating other animals raw, and then eating humans. If you compare it, there's hardly any difference, but psychologically, yes, I do understand why it would be hard to get over it.
That's not what you're supposed to say. What do you mean get over it? He's already determined he's going to eat human flesh. That's not... He's already committed. Holy fuck, this is a good video to watch.
Point being, it's a mindset.
Before we really wrap this video up, I want to talk about one more incident or rumor surrounding Severage. A few other YouTubers in or around this community have made a few videos about a person who shares the same name as Severage being involved in an assault in 2006 at a high school, conveniently in the same town he grew up in Latvia. In 2006, a student came to his class with a knife and assaulted 4 other students, 3 in the class and 1 while he was fleeing to school. Luckily, no one was seriously hurt, and the police found him at his home and put him in the psych ward. A lot of people were saying it's Severage. I'll be straight.
Yeah, it probably is. Let's be honest. Like, I'd say almost certainly.
I didn't really think it was him, and I initially planned on debunking it. Keyword. Planned. Because I couldn't. Same name, same town and school, and the age fits. If you go on the Wayback Machine, you can pull up his old bio from his channel in 2008 and 2007. He was 16 in 2006. There's a few other little things that kind of make sense too. The student in the article was a PC gamer who might have been influenced by movies or a TV show, while Savage was balls deep in RuneScape, and he seems to have a fancy for Columbine related material. And by his own admission, he was also a pretty fucked up teenager.
I remember when I was 16, I tried to touch a girl's genitals, her breasts, her face, and her whole body when she was asleep, and she was drunk, I was drunk, and that was when I went after these physical ideas. And of course she felt horrible. The next morning she found out because somebody told her about it. So I can, in a way, relate to it, or at least have some kind of experience when it comes to this.
It fits, but in the end it's all circumstantial, and I'd like to hear from him personally, because he just avoids this. So in conclusion, my personal feelings of this can be broken down into 2 paths. Either he believes all this shit he spouts about only living a naturalistic, intended lifestyle, where there is no right or wrong, and morality, math, science, and our current understandings of reality are all man-made constructs created just to control us. Or 2, and I'm kind of leaning towards this one, that everything Savage talks about and promotes is just a way to justify his own weird actions and urges. Justify his own demons per se. I don't think this is solely driven by the attention aspect, people, which he is getting quite a bit of. See, he's always had this weird antisocial thoughts and strange behavior for the majority of his adult life. Feel free to go through his content and see for yourself. I actually encourage it, because to me now it seems like Savage...
See, the psychoanalysis shit is cringe. He's insane. It's not really worth reading into too deeply if he's crazy. But hold on, chat did remind me we need to go back and read the comments on this. Yeah, that's about like this like rage I expected. This is my favorite video on the internet. This video alone caused so much seething. It needs to stay up forever. I can't believe this is up. Like, this is like way more sexist I've ever said in my entire life. But like, holy shit, it's crazy. Like, I don't know, dude. Good shit though. The best video on YouTube, man. Dude, I love all the top comments like this is the most base thing I've ever heard in my life. Blah 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 blah. Let's see.
Pretty bad, man.
Well, I love it. This is a woman like honestly engaging with this. I get why would you honestly engage with this?
Yeah, exactly.
Like
a collection of midwits.
Like it's not even worth reading. It's not even worth reading. Like, this is fucking stupid. You know, of course we have like, I gave birth at 18, blah 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 blah. Who cares, dude? Why, like, when you hear a guy say God is punishing you for not having children at like 13 or whatever the fuck, at what point do you just realize there's no point arguing? I mean, I'm expecting too much. I'm expecting too much, clearly.
Bolt Gun is an indie FPS that capitalized on the whole boomer shooter trend in recent years that probably wouldn't have got much attention at the time, save for the fact it's 40k. Beyond its visual appeal and the fun factor of playing as a space marine, even though, of course, it just had to be another one of the boys in blue, I thought it was pretty mediocre across the board and eventually refunded it. A while back, it was
yeah, it is pretty I don't know. It's not anything super special. The main appeal is the Warhammer aesthetic.
Revealed the developers, Auric Digital, are making a sequel, and more recently, that there's going to be a second playable character this time round, a Sister of Battle. This was enough to get me legitimately interested in checking out the sequel. 1, because Ultramarines are pushed so much, you'd think they're the only ones in the Imperium. But also 2, who doesn't love the fanatical nuns with guns in the sororitas? Fast forward to a couple of days ago, and guess who was just revealed as the voice of the new character? None other than Alana Pierce. Yeah. Unfortunately,
Horrid.
The failed journalist turned gamer girl grifter couldn't just stick to stealing other people's art, claiming she was a writer on God of War Ragnarok when all she did was some menu options, and hilariously, the cookbook of all things. And sucking up to everyone else involved in the great media circle jerk, she's been trying to crowbar her way into acting now, for some reason. But wait, there's more, because it doesn't just stop there. While you could argue the limited voice lines in a game like Bolt Gun really doesn't matter either way, the first game's protagonist, Malum Kado, was voiced by Rahul Kohli. Why does that matter? Well, guess who he's been dating this whole time? Unbelievable. I recognize there's a certain level of irony.
Dude, oh my god. It really is over for Australia, guys. It really is.
Who he's been dating this whole time.
Brutal. The modern Australian couple. Brutal.
Unbelievable. I recognize there's a certain level of irony in a guy who makes YouTube videos as I also play the same game of engagement and whatever, criticizing these people. If that's a deal breaker for you, that's fine. But let's just make this clear up front. If you think I'm an influencer on any level, please, for the love of God, get that out of your head right now. I am not trying to be an authority on anything. I've never tried to push a narrative. I've never done sponsorships or paid promotion in any of these videos, and I've repeatedly gone on record that I never will. I'm just some random, no-name, completely insignificant guy throwing his opinion out there, and that's perfectly fine by me. Obviously, influencer culture is a problem that goes way beyond just games media, but it's specifically video games that I want to focus on here. Much like the astounding corruption in the rest of games media, let's use this opportunity to remind people there is no such thing as a game journalist. The ways in which these influencer, parasocial grifters will get into bed with anyone who throws them a bit of money is frankly revolting. You have that Matty Plays guy who notoriously called Fallout 4 a, quote, near-perfect game at
bruh
release, and just had to co-op the RPG space, which means I have to see his stupid face pop up in recommendations all the time. He's spread his cheeks so many times now for basically any company that will throw him a bone, especially Bethesda. He can practically drive a freight train through it. At least he had the decency to remain in the lazy commentary and news content farm space rather than literally attaching himself
yong
to a game. Developers collaborating with or even hiring fans is nothing new, but let's come back to everyone's favourite Dragon Age The Veilguard and its community council for another infamous example. Carla Elizabeth, Uni Fadewalker, the crybully Scottish trans person that white knighted for Corinne Bush, Katie or Gil Detharlan, a lore channel that admitted she only started playing Dragon Age after Inquisition, JV, one of the more notable peak slop YouTubers who used to shill hard for Ubisoft, and Ash, also known as Lady Insanity, are all among the council members that worked hard on advocating for the fans' voice in delivering one of the worst games ever made. They had a direct line of communication to BioWare and played a key role in giving feedback and shaping the game people eventually got. Let that sink in for a minute. Remember these names, remember these faces, because like parasites, these grifters simply move from one game to the next as they advocate for the elusive modern audience. Carla Elizabeth stumbled out a video full of hand-wringing and excuses trying to explain that Dragon Age always changes. She has since attached herself to Exodus, where she apparently got another YouTube banned from a Discord server. Uni Fadewalker, like another spineless BioWare shill called Jackdaw, slinked away into obscurity and hilariously was pushing Bloodlines 2 recently. These are the people pretending to be real fans, remember? The one.
Dude, I forgot about that fucking dog shit Bloodlines game. Holy fuck, bro. Disgusting. That shit was genuinely fucking painful. Let's see. Bill Hurt with a 5. Australia has been Jover for a long time, to be honest. We're just a big housing market and mine out at this point. Yeah, it is sad, bro. The West has fallen, and not a single shot was fired. Unless it was from, never mind. We don't need to go into that, but yeah.
That supposedly represented everyone, even if it was only to a tiny degree. Often when this kind of thing comes up, the excuse is, get that bag, queen, or it's just a video game, or you're just a hater, or some other bullshit. These people are scum of the earth, sold themselves out for either a bit of revenue or the biggest mistake of their life, having their name or alias in the credits of the most creatively bankrupt game ever made, with the full knowledge that everyone knows they had a hand in making it turn out that way, even if it was only to a tiny degree. Naturally, they've since distanced themselves and refused to take any accountability for Veilguard whatsoever. You sold out, and now you want to play the victim. them. Fucking cowards. Still, at least they're just fans, and as much of a parasocial and parasitic loser as these people are, they had some kind of investment in running the IP into the ground. When it comes to failed journalists turned content mills like Young Ye and Alana Pierce, this is where the more insidious and, unfortunately, more successful or well-known grifter comes into play. Let's just ignore the whole games media discussion, since that's been talked about to death already, because these completely unremarkable, run-of-the-mill people that you could find a dime a dozen of on the rest of Twitch or YouTube began to leverage their recognition to pivot into higher roles, and for some reason, acting. Go watch that original video, because I go into more detail about how utterly insane it is that CD Projekt cast Co Carnage and Alana Pierce, among other people, simply for the brand recognition it would bring them. It's free advertising, after all. Even Rogue Trader wasn't immune to this, because Owlcat used the Co Carnage guy again in voicing the daring male player preset. It's disgusting. I won't dig up the whole critical role discussion again. I've already gone into detail about Pillars of Eternity and Matthew Mercer being used to get RPG tourists to boost sales numbers in games like Fallout 4 or Baldur's Gate 3, but the fact people are cast based on nothing else beyond their e-celebrity status is just insane. You have the slop commentary YouTuber Young Ye, who was clowned on for his Kiryu performance in Yakuza, and just recently also voiced a character in The Outer Worlds 2, or as I like to call it, Bioslop. Just like Alana Pierce
He was also, dude, it's interesting that Young Ye doesn't say shit about Microsoft anymore, because he's been an Avowed and now Outer Worlds too.
Wearing a 40k t-shirt, probably for the first time in her life, these shameless, disgusting grifters use the veneer of true fans to attach themselves to anything that'll make them a quick buck. And then, just like a parasite, they move on to the next. If that wasn't enough for you, well, when it comes to indie games and the streamer reaction slop of the week, you don't need to be a fan at all. The developer just needs to slap a big name on the box. So far, this has mainly been directed at the people who whore themselves out to the highest bidder and whatever big companies tell them, regurgitate the party line, and feed into the white noise, cynical, solely profit-driven hellscape that is games media today. We have the tourist fans who will go with whatever narrative suits them and backpedal at the slightest bit of pushback and chase the all-important ad revenue, left-wing, right-wing, centrist, whatever. They all do it. We have failed media personalities turned actors because they don't have anything better to do with their lives and sit around and let their chat jerk them off about how important their opinion is. Now, however, let's talk about the developer and company side of things. Whether grifters like Alana Pierce or Young Ye genuinely think they've hit the big time, who can say? I mean, the way these people act, they must think everything they do is gold. But now, let's talk about using YouTubers solely for marketing. When Let's Play culture was taking off in the 2010s, it seemed like every streamer base or indie game of the week would throw in a quote by a certain Swedish YouTuber if he played their game. This is bad enough. I mean, it's not like Gardening Australia or Time Magazine would have been any more of an expert opinion, sure, but what I'm getting at here is worse. It's one thing for random YouTubers who think they're top shit and soulless products more than actual people to seek out working on games or using their arbitrary number of followers or whatever on a social media page as somehow representative of expertise to land roles. It's a...
Yeah, dude, the fact that Young actually gets voice acting work is incredible, because the dude fucking sucks, bro. He genuinely fucking sucks. Like, I just don't get it. I'm guessing they do it for free, is my guess. Or he takes so little money that it's like, oh, we'd be stupid not to do it. I don't know. I really don't get it, man.
Whole other thing entirely, when companies actively seek out people for the sole purpose of getting some big name on the cover. By now, I'm sure you have a good idea what I'm getting at. I haven't played Dispatch, it doesn't interest me.
It is fucking dog shit.
I don't care, and I frankly never will. Telltale's empty box.
Trash.
Literal
fucking trash. More Marvel slop for the cattle class of society.
Consequence formula ran out of steam about a decade ago, but that hasn't stopped everyone collectively glazing this new game. Maybe it genuinely is a masterpiece. Maybe it is the big reckoning, a threat to the gaming industry and AAA, and what all these thumbnails are no doubt telling you, just as they did with Baldur's Gate 3 and Clair Obscur and about a million other games before it. But let me ask you this, were two YouTubers really the best picks for the job? It gets even worse, because while looking up the rest of the cast to check as I was writing the script, Dispatch is yet another game that's hired the whole cast of Critical Role once again for some lazy brand recognition for people to drool over. But at least these people have some degree of acting experience. Do you expect anyone to believe this Penguin guy or Critical or whatever, who I've never watched any of his videos, or Sean or Jack, were the best possible people for the role? Of course not. They were cast solely for their reputation and brand recognition.
Yeah, and free advertising.
It's no different to the fans who would slurp up liquid sewage if they knew it had Critical Role in it. What makes it worse is that people are celebrating Dispatch as yet another big creative risk and a wake-up call for the industry, except the studio behind Dispatch, Ad Hoc, has done the exact same thing as CD Projekt or BioWare before them.
And the thing is all it is another shitty fucking Telltale game with basically the, oh dude, superheroes, but for a mature audience. But when we say mature, we mean mentally stunted millennials. Like, it's the same fucking shit over and over and over again.
People on the internet have become just another part of the marketing cycle, especially when they know it'll come with millions of eyes on social media and through word of mouth to boot. Let's get some popular YouTubers to throw in the credits for good measure and reap the rewards because people have become so conditioned by their frankly pathetic parasocial attachment they have to these people. Whether Jack or Critical or whoever are genuinely great people is besides the point. They must on some level understand that they're being used for purely cynical purposes. If they want to be part of the game or had a great time or just want the paycheck is besides the point. It's what the actual fuck Ad Hoc and all these other developers are doing by treating people as products, for the same reason Alana Pierce, Yongye, and all the other grifters allow themselves to be perceived as in turn. Good god, man, it feels like I'm going insane sometimes by how pervasive parasocial behavior has become and how many people are basing their entire existence around social media and regurgitating whatever the popular opinion is because they're incapable of thinking critically. It's not like I'm trying to make myself out as this big counterculture.
Silk Song, good. Expedition 33, good. Indie game, good. AAA game, but like, it's just that I 100% agree on. All these fucking slop channels, like Expedition 33 just put the games industry on notice. Silk Song just completely changed the way video games are developed. It's like, shut the fuck up, bro. That shit's so fucking gay to me.
Figure or authority either.
And then the people who make those videos don't even fucking play the games. They just sit there glazing something because Reddit thinks it's popular.
It's ultimately your money. If you want to donate to people like Alana Pierce or Yongye or the million other streamers out there for the momentary dopamine hit when they know—
Yep, Silk Song would have been a Flash game back in the 2000s. Exactly.
Your comment, or you're happy to throw money at the latest thing and barely play us before moving on to the next, it's your money and it's your life. What I find so goddamn depressing about all this, though, is that we have collectively allowed influencers to even become a thing in the first place. I mean, off the top of my head, I can't think of a single time in my entire life where I bought something based on solely what another person has said. This video's already gone on long enough.
Yeah, that's pretty true, man.
I want it to turn into an entire thesis if we have to get into talking about game reviews or something.
I don't see a famous person with something, oh my god, I need to have that too.
Something again, but I sincerely hope that none of you watching have done this based on anything I've said either. If there's any takeaway from this video, it's this. Don't let companies or grifters or anyone take you for a ride. Do your own research and think critically. Guys, I just had a crazy idea. Hear me out, right? What if, and stay with me here, we actually hired people based on merit? What a novel idea. The fact anyone is stupid enough to fall for this and throw money at anything, the best example being crypto scams, because their favorite random-ass YouTuber that contributes nothing to society says so, is already a damning indictment on the state of humanity. Influencers are a plague. It doesn't matter what they're pushing, and it seems like it's only getting worse with time. So, what was the point of this video? Why does any of this matter? Was it just an excuse for me to go off on how ethically and creatively bankrupt the industry has become yet again? Well, no. Look, if you're the kind of person that loves someone on the internet, or one of these public figures yourself, more power to you. Whether you're just in it for the money or you genuinely love whatever thing you're doing, great. But it's not just hate when someone dares to criticize the little kingdom you built up around yourself. Also, obviously it's not like this video is going to change anything either. I want to make it clear I'm not trying to cancel or harass or do any of that stuff to anyone. This is directed at you, the average Joe, watching this video, and why it's so important to stop eating shit up just because other people tell you to. And the same goes for everything I've ever said. If you think I'm a grifter or a hater or whatever, that's fine. You're welcome to your opinion just as much as the rest of us. What I find so insidious about influencer culture is that people have stopped thinking for themselves and base their life around what another person believes. Again,
yep. Dude, it's like insane. You know, it's like it's like the clip from the fucking Dark Knight, bro, where he's like, you know, if you tell people that you're gonna blow up whatever filled with soldiers, well, that's all part of the plan. But if you blow up a hospital, then everyone loses their fucking minds. It's like so true, bro. Like everybody's just conditioned. I don't know. There's like no originality. Like people bitch about AAA games being fucking formulaic, but it's like you all have the exact same opinion on everything.
This is the kind of discussion that could fill entire libraries, and it's not unique to gaming spaces by any means. But I guess to end this on a more positive or constructive note, if you want better, you should expect better, and don't just let people treat you as their wallet.
Oh yeah, dude, I've seen, this is funny as fuck, man. I'm not watching it tonight, but This is fucking funny. Can you guess? So this Mike Israel guy apparently, like, I guess plagiarized his entire fucking, like, thesis statement and got a bunch of shit wrong for his PhD. And he was LARPing as, like, this expert in fucking, I guess, nutrition and shit like that. I don't fucking know, bro. But, you know.
Red hat that drove me to a point of exhaustion, which was misdiagnosed by a, I'm not going to say what race, what people, doctor, and what hospital, and what media it went to. We know I can't say that. It was a Jewish doctor.
Well, yeah. It's pretty fucking bad, man. It's pretty bad. So, many such cases. That looks like PWR.
He even came with his chains and his crown, King of the Rings.
Is this PWR before he lost his hair?
I can't believe it arrived early.
Nah, I don't live in low-income housing.
Your dog! Whoa. It arrived.
I don't live in low-income housing. Thank you very much. Alright, let's see what this is. Speed it up. When I get my Pokemon... Dude, there's not anything in this life that gets me excited like that. I rarely even... I don't even feel excitement for shit most of the time. At all. It's over, bro.
Come on, come on. Oh, yeah. Let me get that. One man, one jaw.
You ever gonna turn that thing on?
Hasn't been on since Nom. And it never will be.
What about a luxury car? Why would I be excited over a luxury car? I barely even drive.
Juice. People say juice makes everything better. For me, it's the enemy. They flood the streets with it. They want us hooked.
Maybe you just need a taste.
Not.
In a kingdom where magic chooses its own path, one princess is growing into more than she ever imagined.
It's getting bigger again?
Tig Old Biddies. The bust is yet to come.
From Disney and Pixar,
If I sign this, everything changes.
Ceiling bird.
comes a haunting new tale about fear and courage.
I ain't ready to lose everything. You ready, bro? I think so.
Employment.
Hi. Hi. Are you gonna be my new daddy?
Let's just say,
Nope.
hey, your mom will be calling me daddy.
In the desert, where the heat shows no mercy.
Incoming! Incoming!
One man, one porta potty, one very bad time.
How did it get so big?
I'm just right-handed, I guess.
But he had a secret to his strength.
Time to shine, little one.
Master Bader. This holiday.
Where we from, you stand tall or you fall. I ain't built to fold. Say the word, Vaughn. I'm with you all the way.
From Disney Animation comes a story of loyalty, courage, and the block that raised them. In a city that never really sleeps.
Found you. Took you long enough.
Two friends are about to step into a place where secrets glow brighter than the streetlights.
Some people like almonds. She devours them. But her favorite part? The milk.
The Nut Gobbler. Coming soon. From Walt Disney Animation Studios.
I love her, Caleb. I always have.
So do I, Luke.
I'm not stepping aside.
Two brothers, one heart caught in the middle.
I can't be the reason you fight. I need you both.
This spring, discover a story of family, forgiveness, and finding where love truly...
In
the city of Laverne, Tennessee, 6 officers keep the peace until one new recruit brings a little extra shine to the force. They'll learn that teamwork takes more than polish. This fall, friendship is the strongest badge of all.
From Disney, I'm guessing that's the reference to that one fucking cop that got run through.
And Pixar.
Uh-oh, I'm supposed to go left.
You look lost, little buddy.
You're, you know what?
Name's Poop, short and sweet. When one wrong turn leads to the best friend you never expected.
I don't belong here.
Maybe you belong with me. Hang on. Oops.
Come on, why won't you work? The seal's jammed. Let us show you how it's done.
2 fingers, quick push, boom.
Whoa! Yes, it actually worked! Welcome to the squad. Let's make a splash!
I made a mistake. A big one.
I can keep you safe.
What's the catch?
You be mine for the stay.
Disney and Pixar present Gay for the Stay, coming this summer.
Mom? Dad? I think I want
Nah, you straight.
to be a furry. What? I just want to be different!
From the studio that celebrates being yourself comes Furry Mode.
Mom, why don't I look like anybody else?
Different doesn't mean broken, kiddo. Sometimes it means you're meant to climb higher.
My name's Mason, but they call me the Horn Child.
Former Officer Roger Alexander, you are hereby dismissed from the city police.
They say a boat can't float without water, so I got myself a different ocean.
The government.
From Pixar Animation Studios comes a salty new story about a snack with a chip on his shoulder.
I can't stand you Oreos!
This summer, meet the one cracker who just won't crumble.
Disney and Pixar present
Nah, the Oreos aren't the problem.
Angry Cracker.
The Oreos aren't the problem.
It's the biggest cocoa I ever seen. It's not just big, it's ours. Grown right here.
People are gonna lose their minds over this. It tastes like
Sunshine and sweat, girl. Best recipe there is.
Coca-Cola.
This is it, man. This is our year.
You say that
If everyone acted white, we'd have a perfect utopia.
every year.
In 1 year, I'll be right.
So, what happens when someone brings up the Super Bowl?
I tell them what I always tell them. Bang, bang, Niner gang. Rebuilding year!
This is the hero no one saw coming.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Reedard Fagette.
He may not fly straight, but he always saves the day in the sassiest way.
He thought she was the most beautiful woman in the world. Before any date, my boy, eat these magical walnuts.
So, where are we going?
And just like that, the spell was broken. Clarity, my boy. Always clarity.
The wig remover.
He was just a hand towel. What is that? Until the laundry fought back.
Your moms think you can just toss us in the wash? Not anymore.
This summer, meet the crustiest villain ever folded.
Name's Jack Rag.
In a town built on hard work, backs are breaking. Easy and breathe. But one chiropractor is bringing them back together.
Sam, nobody could choke a chicken like him. You're the champ here, kid. But the world, they'll squeeze back.
Welcome to the big league, farm boy.
Tonight?
I'll be there. Follow the map. Trust me.
What is this place?
Where nobody looks for us. It's beautiful.
This fall, from Disney and Pixar.
Oh no.
Comes the story of a man who trusted a fart.
Not now. Not at work.
And had to deal with the fallout.
Hey, everybody messes up, man. It's what you do next that counts.
You really think I can show my face in there?
Only one way to find out. Shart, a tale about mistakes, friendship, and finding.
Hell yeah, dude. Inglorious 60 FPS.
Maybe you're not okay.
That was glorious. That is glorious.
He lives. Finally awake.
She's real to me.
Are we?
You're...
Aerith. It's Aerith. And you are?
Cloud.
Nice to meet you again.
Again, huh?
What? You don't remember? What about the flowers?
Oh, the flower girl. And this is...
An old church in the Sector 5 slums. You came crashing through the roof without so much as a look out below. Fell right into my flower bed. Lucky for you.
Yeah, that is pure luck.
Like real.
In its purest form, man. It should have been me.
Sorry, I didn't mean to...
Don't worry about it. They're a lot tougher than they look. This place, it has a kind of power. Before I forget, you dropped this when you landed.
Thanks.
I've got one too.
You and everybody and their mother.
Not like mine, no. It's special. Mine's not good for anything at all.
Brutal.
Bet you just don't know how to use it.
Could be. Though, I really don't mind. Just having it is enough. It was a gift from my mother. Pretty crazy, huh? Us meeting again like this. You should stay a while.
I could stick around a bit.
Really? You will?
They both sound autistic fanfic. You're just hating because you'll never have it. Accept the fact that she's perfect. She does not die. She survives, bro. Hate to break it to you, but the ending is going to have Aerith alive. She's going to survive. Nope, not dead. False. She may be dead in that one world, but there's many different ones. I don't lie. Dude, it literally, in the ending of Rebirth, Sephiroth is literally taking Cloud through to all the fucking different realities, aka worlds within the live stream. That's why he keeps saying that they're going to converge, is because all the worlds are separate. And all the people from the different worlds will be brought together into one reality. So, we've already seen how it's demonstrated. Whenever a, fate-altering decision is made, it splits the reality into two different worlds. So, one world, Aerith is saved. The other world, she's not. So, that's why there was the fucking rainbow flash during the scene when Cloud, you think, deflects the sword. So, I don't know what to tell y'all if you weren't paying attention, but she's alive. Cope and seethe, bitches. Aerith will be in part 3, and you're going to have to deal with it. Cope. Cope, cope, cope. And then cope some fucking more. Because
all right, awesome. Thanks,
if
nigga.
I was wrong, Zach would also not be in the fucking game, so... Y'all ain't seen nothing yet. Because Zach is canonically dead, but he's still in the game. How is that? Because there's two different worlds. One where Zach is alive, and one where he's dead. So... Aerith literally appears in the boss fight with Sephiroth, and it shows her glowing with the rainbow effect, showing that she's coming from a different world. So, plus she gets control over the white fucking, whatever they're called, little spirit thingies. Can't remember the name right now. Doesn't matter. Y'all can cope all you want. She's alive and thriving. And we'll be back for part 3. Like, the thing that's interesting, and I saw this, is it? Dude, what is up with the frame rate? There's something going on with this tab. I may need to restart it. All the videos are lagging. Hold on. Let's see. I may need to restart my computer. For whatever reason, when YouTube does this, it makes me restart it. Where is it? Hold on, it's somewhere in here. You gotta find the feather, which... Dude, I don't know why it's lagging so much. That's irritating. It's bothering me. Alright, it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna keep... That's really bothering me. But yeah, basically there's a feather that drops at the very beginning of the game. And essentially what that signifies is that Sephiroth is hunting her across all the different worlds to prevent the white materia from being used. Basically. So, that already tells you that there's multiple Aeriths. From the very beginning, they've told you that. And that Sephiroth is specifically hunting her down from the very beginning. So, they've already been setting it up. In this universe, Cloud dies? Possibly. Well, we know the fact is that Cloud's going to be the one to use the black materia later in the game, so they are changing that fact. Here, let me just see if it was that video or what. Let's click some random slop video. Yeah, it's just... Here, let me just close out of all my Brave tabs real quick and just see if that fixes it. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see, what's the test? I'll just look up the Metroid 4 thing again, whatever. Yeah, the fucking, the soy Jew. Yeah. Here, let's see. Yeah, looks like it's working.
And what have they left behind? could there be a clue to jump?
Yeah, it's working better now.
The form-altering morph ball. And dash it while locked on a target. During your adventure, you will also receive mysterious powers passed down on Vuros.
Wowza.
Troopers were also transported to Vuros.
Data received.
Follow distress signals to help the troopers and occasionally battle alongside them. They can even provide useful upgrades. Teamwork is key.
Can you kill them?
If any of you hope to escape the planet alive.
Where's Isaac Himmler when you need him?
Well, if it's the only way off this rock.
Can we get
We need Isaac Himmler. Hello, Chew. Bro, what is that thumbnail? Oh my god. Jeez. They're really pushing this DC bullshit to me. I'm not staying, bitch. Dude, what? Did they almost call themselves a fucking man? A male name? Yeah, I bet. Timothy, Greg, Steven, Sam. Yeah. Men. It's definitely a male name. She almost said it, yeah. Dude, it's just like, I don't understand the obsession with the fucking VTubers. It's hard to be a Windows laptop guy. There's no reason to be a Windows laptop guy. The MacBooks are just way fucking better, bro. Like, it's not even a competition. You're an idiot if you don't buy a Mac at this point, unless you absolutely need a Windows device. The Mac laptops are just so much better. Bro, a millionaire invited me into his game room. No way. Reminds me of this fucking crypto millionaire goes shopping at Gucci. Or, you know, crypto millionaire shows us his car collection. Oh my god, man. What if you're traveling a lot and you just want a game? Dude, gaming on a laptop sucks, but if you absolutely need it for that, then yeah, I guess it's an option. Gaming on a laptop is fucking horrible. Like, the laptops get so fucking hot, you can't even touch them half the time. They're loud as fuck with the fans. If you have to use battery, then you're maybe going to get 30 minutes. I don't know. I had a gaming laptop, would not recommend. Would not recommend. Like, I would just buy a dedicated gaming device like the Lenovo at that point. Like, get an actual gaming device instead of a, you know, laptop. Griffin likes touching gaming. Well, you kind of have to when you have the keyboard on the laptop. And they get loud, bro. Oh, did Yong go back to his old thumbnail style?
So this is obviously not a traditional news video, but I don't know.
Yup, Yong's back to his old thumbnail style after his fucking views took a shit. When, you know, I guess people didn't want to click on Asian grandma talking about gaming topics. Brutal, dude. Nobody wanted to hear from Asian grandma. Dong out? That's right. Is it in yet? Or is Dong out? Would a Steam Deck be a better option than a game? Not necessarily, because the Steam Deck's going to be dramatically less powerful than a gaming laptop. So, yes and no. It depends on what type of game you want to play. Also, you're going to have the restrictions of, you know, Linux not operating properly with a large number of Steam games, and you know the deck is not compatible with all Steam games either, so there's trade-offs. I would say get like, I mean, you could get like the ROG Ally X or the Lenovo Legion Go 2 or something like that, but a Steam Deck at this point it's kind of outdated hardware anyway, and you know, there's a large portion of games that do not work as intended. Now, granted, the other ones are going to have problems as well. But, I don't know. It's kind of one of those things where PC gaming just kind of sucks in a portable factor in general. Like, it's fine if you want to play, like, indie games or emulators or shit like that. Like, that's fine, but if you're looking for, like, AAA gaming and that type of shit, it's probably not ideal.
I got to play Metroid
Yeah, they expect you to play it in mouse mode, I'm sure.
Prime 4 at Gamescom, and I thought this was a really interesting setup that they were using as you went up to the station. They had you seated, they had you in front of this very large mouse pad with the two individual Joy-Cons right there, and obviously the implication is they want you to use the mouse mode for the game, which I gladly checked out.
That's how I'll be playing it. I still haven't tried out mouse mode on any games yet.
I was really curious about it, and I thought it worked really well in this setup. The mouse was very responsive, very fast. You got a higher level of aiming precision that you ever got in a Metroid game before. But my big takeaway coming away from this experience was, who in the world is going to play Metroid Prime 4 like this? And again,
me.
Of course, I understand that Nintendo needs to show the game in the way that best reflects what they want people to come away with it from, but I just don't know people who are really going to go the extra mile to play a console.
The extra mile? I just have to sit up my... Dude, all I have to do is put my fucking fat ass in my gaming chair and I'm good to go.
Game, no less, you know, in front of a big desk or in front of a big table, really changing up their typical play habits where they're being comfortable on a couch. This is obviously a game that you can play in handheld mode. And, you know, recently we had Dragon Drive, which was a very interesting litmus test for how people use and feel about the mouse controls on the Switch 2. And I played it myself, and I just found there was a lot of trial and error in terms of getting a comfortable way of playing, getting a way of playing that was giving you accurate controls. And I think that...
Yeah, bro, this is not that big of a deal. I think most people play video games at a desk, even if they have a console nowadays. Dude, most people don't even have houses anymore. Like, most people are living in fucking apartments where they have, like, maybe a bedroom. And, you know, they're sitting at a desk. I guarantee you that's how most people play their Switch. Sitting at a fucking desk. But yeah, I'm definitely going to try out the mouse mode. I haven't done it on any other game yet, so it'll be a first. Yo, that looks like my dog. The face, at least.
No.
Yeah, the snarl. He likes to glare his teeth at me. Yeah, when your dog does that, you go. You smack it in the face, and it knows not to do it again. My dog he growled at me one time because he had, like, a chew or something, and I was, like, reaching down to pet him, and he, like, really, like, showed his teeth and, like, started growling, like, really mean, and he, like, nipped at my hand, like, trying to bite me. So I just literally took the backhand and just fucking slapped the shit out of him. And he just looked at me like, what the fuck just happened? Like, he was, like, literally in shock, and he's never done it ever since. So you gotta actually train your dogs, because it's not even so much that they bite you, it's that they bite somebody else, and then that person can have your dog put down. So you have to actually train your fucking dog. For not just your safety and other people's safety, but also for the dog's safety. So, like, what do you think, you know, mama dog does when the puppies are biting her? She bites them the fuck back. So that's how dogs learn. You know, you got to show that you're the dominant one. So, they're physical creatures. But yeah, I just slapped the shit out of him, and he looked at me like, "Aw," and he's never done it since. So, easy. Yeah, dude, people let their pets bully them. It's crazy, bro. Like, I see, like, the women walking their dogs, and they have zero fucking control over them when I'm out walking my dog. Like, they're all barking and jumping and shit, and they can barely control them. And my dog's just chilling, walking down the sidewalk, not barking or anything. Like, he'll occasionally glance over to see what they're doing, but yeah, no, my dog's well behaved, so I trained him well. But yeah, people, like, literally get trained by their dog, not the other way around. So, it's just that easy. All it takes is one time, and they learn quick, man. They're not stupid. Al Paulo's locked up in a scary basement with the rest of the kids. The fuck? Al Paulo is literally crashed out on his fucking dog bed, snoozing behind me. So this dog's got a good life. With today's newspaper, bro, this ain't the fucking 1800s, my guy. We don't read the newspaper around these parts. That's some fucking communist propaganda. So one good slap got my cat to not bite my headphone cable. Yeah, dude, animals are physical creatures. They don't speak English. So, they detect the tone in your voice for the most part. They can learn basic commands, but, you know, you saying, "Don't bite my cable," is like the equivalent of you just saying, and then expecting someone to, you know, understand what you just said. So, yeah, it's crazy. People legit get bullied by their pets, and it's like, no, that shit ain't gonna fly. Like, my cousin's cat used to come up and just swat the shit out of your ankles while you were sitting in, like, a chair or something. It would just walk up and just swat your ankles for no reason, like, claw your feet. And, you know, they're like, oh, he just does that. So when no one was around, one time he did it to me, and I just gave him a swift fucking punt kick while sitting down. Never did it to me again. So it's really just that easy. You know, as he was reaching to swat, I just like cocked my foot back a little bit and just did a full power, you know, straight up kick right to its torso. Never did it again. So it's just that easy. You're an animal abuser? Well, you're muted. Suplex the cat? Yeah, exactly. Dude, I hate cats. I fucking hate cats. Like, you'll never convince me cats are a good pet. No, thank you. I would never want a cat. We've already talked about this with Ricardo, so I'm not a cat person. They're not for me. So I don't want an animal that shits inside the house. I don't want an animal that climbs on top of everything. I don't want an animal that comes around only when it wants something. I don't want a temperamental animal that, you know, tears shit up because it's angry. So, yeah, nah. Dogs are the superior pet. Hands down. Sounds a bit like women. Maybe. That's why they get along so well. Then get a pit bull. Oh yeah, man.
You're fucking poor.
Definitely. I'm gonna get a pit bull named Cupcake. That's gonna rack up more child bodies than EDP. Shit. Cats don't bark like a dog. My dog doesn't bark. How many times have y'all heard my dog bark on stream? I don't think ever. He doesn't bark because I trained him not to bark. So the only time he barks is when we start like playing a tug of war. And that's it. He barks when he has like the rope in his mouth. So, and that's only because he's tugging. So, yeah, my dog doesn't bark. I trained him not to. It's amazing what happens when you train a dog. It eliminates all the bad behavior, and you get a nice, loving companion that's happy to see you every time you walk in the front door. You know, hangs out with you, even if you're not interacting with them, and are loyal. No, when they bark, you just yell at them in a stern voice and say no. And that's it. That's it. You just give them a stern, like, no every time they bark, and they'll pick up on it quickly. Or you just ignore them when they start barking at you, or separate them from you when they start barking. But yeah, my dog doesn't bark. Let's see. I think I read, yeah, Australia's Jover. Yeah, I read that one. Raymond with the 5. Bro, why are we watching VR like, do I strike you as a VR fan? Like, honest question. I don't know why I don't watch VR, but whatever. Let's see. Schizo Garcia with the 2. I own dingoes. Worst mistake of my life. I thought those were just kind of a meme. Are they actually a pet in Australia? Like the dingo ate my baby. Is that like your equivalent of a pit bull?
Hey guys, I promised you a comparison video between the VR, which came first, and the non-VR Evolved Edition of Alien Rogue Incursion. So we're gonna get to it. I'm gonna make myself disappear out of the frame in a little bit. You're still gonna hear me talking about it though, of course.
Yeah, I don't like Linux. The entire Linux experience can be summed up in one statement. People trying to emulate Windows just so they can say they're not using Windows. That is the entirety of Linux summed up in one fucking statement. Is people trying to emulate Windows just so they can say they're not using Windows.
Which one do I like better? You might find that out. I feel either way, if you have the VR or don't, like, definitely get the game. I don't know whether you want to go 30 or on a price drop at 20. I wouldn't say, any higher than 30. Definitely no. But I wouldn't say lower than 20 either. You know what I mean? Like, it's still good in that mid-range. But yeah, we're just gonna get on to it real quick. And we just gonna fade off. Sure. And we're gonna start with some stats, because I know some of y'all like that kind of thing. Boom, y'all can pause it. And off we go. So, right off the bat, I want to say, same game regardless, right? but I still enjoy the VR one more than Evolved Edition, the non-pad. And that's really because of Alien Isolation's Mother VR mod. Like, if I had beat Isolation without VR, that would have been a whole different story. I've been like, okay, cool, you know, pad version of this, you know, rocks. But
no, I'm not talking about developers, bro. I'm not talking about developers. I'm talking about the normie end user that puts it on their gaming PC and does nothing else. I'm not talking about people who use Linux for hyper-specific development environments and shit like that. I understand it has its use cases in that circumstance. What I'm talking about is the type of people that are like, bro, just get rid of Windows off your gaming PC and install Linux. That's what I'm talking about. The people who just refuse to use Windows, but then install a bunch of fucking Windows-like features on their Linux system in order to emulate Windows without using Windows. So that's what I'm referring to, is like the normie consumer that's not using Linux for development. So
no, Alien games in VR are a totally different experience. Like, you feel like you're there, and shit just pops off, and it gets you going. After all, so, nah, you can't recreate that with non-VR, like a pad. You can't have that same experience. Speaking of experiences, okay, so the VR version did not have the glitches or the bullshit that the Evolved Edition had day one out the gate. For me to have to re-verify the files just to get resolution options unlocked, that was dumb. Like, resolution was actually frozen when I first started the game, and I had to find this out on a message board. I talked about this briefly on the last video of Rogue Incursion Evolved I did. Dumb. But that's just in case you haven't seen it. Also, just in case you hadn't seen that last video, it button locked me at one point. I got out of one of the power panels, and it was just like, you no longer have a left and a right. And I said, that's stupid. So I had to back out and start that whole thing over again. So yeah, it's not perfect by any means, like the non-VR one at all. They got some bugs to fix, I think. I think everything could have been solved if they just made one game and just had the VR detected kind of thing, like a lot of the games have. VR detected. Would you like to do VR mode? You could just be like, yeah, or nah. And it could just switch everything there. I would have paid like 40 to 50 if you just had a game with that option, just to mix the two together. But that's just me. Maybe they might do that in the future. Who knows? Just mix the two together if they feel bored or something. But yeah,
I really don't know why we're watching this.
Definitely the VR one, better experience for me personally. But I get why they had to do things with the non-VR. Like, they had to put a stamina bar in there for the dodging. Like, you can't dodge unlimited. That's dumb. Like, and they had to recreate the VR experience as much as possible. So use like pressure for the triggers. I get that. That's cool. Will I be spending some more time with both? Yes. I didn't beat the VR one yet. I'm at the end. That needs to happen at some point. Like, once I figure out the how, because they made me do so much backtracking in the last, who knows how long time. I'm probably in the last hour right now, and it's just go back here, go back there, go back here, go back there, and I'm like, oh, just let me finish you. So be prepared, because I'm pretty sure pad version gonna make you do the same shit, just full stop. But anyway, which one do I like more currently? VR.
There we go. Wow, shocking. A VR game plays better in VR. Why are we watching this? Why? There is literally nothing that I have to add to VR. I don't have a VR headset. I'm not buying a VR headset. I don't care about VR headsets. I will never own another VR headset. I don't understand why we're watching a comparison on something. Like, this is independent viewing shit. This is like watching a comparison video of two very specific smartphones that you're looking to buy, or looking at the difference between two models of a 5090 in order to determine which one you want to get. Like, this is useless for commentary. There's nothing you can fucking add. It's just content theft. I don't get it. Metaverse was a scam. It has potential in the future, but yeah, in its current state, for sure. Dude, I spent $10,000 a week collecting my childhood at a game convention. I went broke. Yeah, not after getting 1.7 million views, you didn't. How big is this guy's
About
channel?
3 years ago, I decided to set out on a quest to collect every
This guy did not go broke spending 10 grand. Come on. Yeah, that's not transformative commentary, though. That's not transformative commentary. The biggest fear in Korea. What, not being stabbed by a black person?
You need to be very careful if you're planning to visit South Korea. I was honestly shocked when I found this out. Everyone knows Korea is considered a very safe country because there are cameras literally everywhere. But
Well, there's also something that's not everywhere either.
here's what actually makes you feel unsafe. This country has a serious problem with hidden cameras. People have found secret microphones and spy cams and Airbnbs. They've even been discovered in public bathrooms. That's because pornography is illegal in Korea. And that's created a black market for hidden recordings. At the same time,
Korea definitely has Jews. Their entire country is run by fucking corporations. They definitely have the merchant class.
the punishment for these crimes is very light. Try relaxing after knowing that. You need to be very careful if you're
Yeah, you need to be very careful. Films herself sitting on a bus, back turned. Yeah, this is definitely reminiscent of another video I've seen. That's where I thought this was going. Here, let's just see if somebody's made a video on it. Living in Korea as Jewish. Do Koreans love the Talmud? What is this shit?
Hello, fellow travelers and explorers of Jewish history. I'm really excited about the upcoming expedition of kosher river cruises to Japan and Korea. And in this context, I want to talk to you about something that I find absolutely amazing, and that is the Korean love affair with the Talmud. Now, you may not think that...
Oh my God. Say it ain't so.
Korea is the first place that you would go to when you want to study Talmud. But amazingly, it is not impossible that there are more people studying Talmud today in Korea than there are in the rest of the world. I know that's a bizarre statistic, but if you think about it, there are 49 million people living in Korea. And according to the Korean ambassador to Israel, who gave an interview in 2011, his name is Young Sam Ma, he said that not only is he a student of Gemara, but in fact, all mothers in Korea read the Talmud to their children at night. Now, that's like a mind-blowing thing. Even if it's only talking about 10% of Korean mothers reading these to their children,
what the fuck?
That's looking at somewhere in the neighborhood of 5 million people studying the Talmud. There are only about 16 million Jews in the world today. So this is an amazing statistic. So let's try to unpack this and understand how is it possible that so many people are studying Talmud in Korea. So apparently there is not a long and comprehensive history of Jews in Korea. In fact, I looked in Encyclopedia Judaica and they didn't even have an article on Korea, which is mind-blowing. But it's primarily a late 20th century phenomenon because Jewish GIs, Jewish members of the U.S. Army, were stationed there in the early 1950s in the Korean War.
And they saw the business opportunity.
That's when Jews really, in larger numbers, began to appreciate the values of that particular part of East Asia. It included, for example, Chaim Potok.
The values. More like the value.
Who wrote some important novels that deal with Talmudic topics, later translated to Korean and very popular there. But in particular, a rabbi named Marvin Tokayer, who served in Korea in 1962.
I mean, dude, it makes sense. Korea is like the epitome of the cattle state, where they literally only work and go to school, and then if they don't get a job, they just kill themselves.
And then later was sent to Japan as a Chabad Shaliach. He had a phenomenal impact on the study of Talmud in Korea in particular. Marvin Tokayer authored a book, first in Japanese, which kind of distilled Jewish wisdom. And as you can see from this particular reproduction of one of the pages, the book was called 5,000 Years of Jewish Wisdom, Secrets of the Talmud Scriptures. It was printed in 1971. And you can see that they've used this Japanese text to kind of replicate the feel of the Talmud. But apparently it really took off, not only in Japan, but especially in Korea. It was published in 1974 in a Korean translation. And by 1980, 1984, more than 2 million copies were sold in 7 editions. And it is just amazingly studied today. There are more than 800 different books with 300 publishers with the word Talmud in it in the Korea National Digital Library. 169 of them list Rabbi Toker as the author, and Talmudic texts frequently hit the bestseller lists in Korea. Now, how is this so? So there's a few articles on this in the popular press, an article by Ross Arbus in the New York in 2015, but I really relied heavily on this fascinating article in the Association for Jewish Studies Review published in 2018 by Sarit Katan-Gribetz and Kim Clare, which is absolutely fascinating and talks about how the Talmud really penetrated Korean culture. There is this belief, this is really probably the biggest answer, there is this belief that...
What the fuck? $200. Thanks. What the fuck, man? Jeez.
Koreans looked at Jews worldwide, looked at their successes, particularly in the world of science and education, their Nobel Prize winning record, which is really pretty impressive. And also the fact that Korea is actually, as a modern state, the same age as Israel. It was also formed in 1948. And there are certain parallels between the growth of Korea and its wars, particularly with the northern half. Of course, Korea is a divided nation, that Koreans really looked to the West for, deep wells of wisdom, and the Jews were a perfect example. There's this belief that the Chavrusa style learning of the Talmud is especially important, and it's
no wonder why they live in a corporate hellscape.
Especially valuable for teaching kids. Let's just have a quick look at some of the editions of the Talmud in Korean, which have been published, and they are absolutely fascinating. Here is one that I just found on YouTube, the Jewish Talmud Scriptures, and just reading the description here is kind of fascinating, but this one looks more or less like a fair representation of, a translation of a popular edition of Talmudic teachings. By the way, let us understand that the Talmud that they are teaching is not really, Bava Metzia the way we have it today. It's a highly anthologized and curated edition, closer to Ein Yaakov, I think, than the
curated. Gee, I wonder which passages are left out.
Regular Shas with like nuggets of wisdom and Agarata and things like that that are given over to people. But the children's editions are especially numerous and fascinating. Here's another one I found on Amazon for children Talmud, and here's one that I love this particular. Look at the graphics here. That's a little rabbi in the corner here, and it's a Talmudic approach to teaching the Korean language. Yes, you heard me right. The Talmudic approach to teaching the Korean language. To a certain degree, it feels like a lot of these Talmud books are like self-help books that are designed to say, use the Talmud to become a better person, to become a better businessman, and especially to become a better student. Here's some...
What did I say?
Children's Talmuds, the baby's first Talmud.
No wonder why they're living in a corporate hellscape. The only thing they do is go to school and work, or else they kill themselves. Brutal. They don't even have children anymore. Korea has the lowest birth rate in the entire world.
Talmud? Wow. Here is prenatal Talmud. I mean, my gosh. Prenatal stories fostering the wisdom and emotions of your baby. I mean, we know Yiddish mamas are incredible, and Jewish mothers are definitely devoted to the idea of having their children grow and develop. But how many of them are if you go to your Jewish bookstore, how many books are there that are designed for pregnant Jewish women to read Talmud to their children in utero? I mean...
Dude, I didn't realize it was this crazy. Holy shit, man.
This is so bizarre. Wow. Well, I hope you found that as fascinating as I do. I mean, it's just mind-boggling. I can't wait to actually get to Korea and hopefully find one of the bookstores where they sell.
That is wild. Jeez. All right. Well, it's over. Korea sells. Yeah, they're extremely materialistic. Should not do in Korea from a Korean's perspective. Jordan with the 5, a call for an uprising. The witches, Illuminati, a ball. Satanists gather to pay tribute to the high priestess Christian. Oh my god. Dude, that bitch is satanic for sure. Kris Jenner is definitely an agent of Satan, I would say. Like, she literally pimped out her own, like, underage daughters. And then whored out the other ones. Griffin will go to Korea.
All right, awesome. Thanks, nigga. All right.
That's right. Don't read the Talmud. But no, this makes even more sense now. Dude. This makes even more sense now.
In his speech to the United Nations Tuesday, President Trump called on world leaders to protect religious freedom. He also said Christianity is the most persecuted faith in the world. Christians in South Korea are concerned for their freedom after the arrest of a prominent Christian pastor. As Lucille Talusan reports from Seoul, many are calling this...
Dude, it all makes sense now. Holy shit. Yeah, because South Korea is like cracking the fuck down on Christianity right now.
Event a wake-up call for Korea.
And get this, their current president is a fucking communist. Where have we heard that one before?
Korea's church.
If I am imprisoned, it will prove that Korea is no longer free. Reverend Chan Bo-son made that statement just before entering the police station for a pre-trial hearing on September 8th. Despite being a preliminary session, the court approved his arrest warrant and detained him immediately. Charges against Pastor Son include violating election laws, specifically for interviewing a candidate on issues the government interpreted as illegal campaigning. Authorities cited risk of
interviewing a candidate on what the government perceived to be illegal campaigning. So he asked the wrong questions.
Flight and destroying evidence as the reasons for his detention.
To a senior pastor that has been
crazy, man,
ministering the same church for the last over 30 years and being present for the people and the church members and giving back to the community, serving for the community. The concern of escape that the court says makes no sense, and I believe that this is just a political retaliation.
Pastor Son first drew government scrutiny during the COVID-19 pandemic when his church defied restrictions limiting gatherings to just 5 people. The church was fined and at one time shut down. Last year, Pastor Son organized a rally, mobilizing 2 million people on site and online to oppose the proposed comprehensive anti-discrimination law, which critics say would criminalize preaching against homosexuality and restrict religious speech.
I think this is a targeted arrest. I think the government is trying to send a message across the nation against all Christians in Korea to be quiet and to comply with the government's aggression against conservatives and Christians in Korea.
Behind me is a Young Rock Church, one of Korea's oldest churches, founded by North Korean pastor Reverend Han Kyung-jik in 1945. With 150 years of Christian history in Korea, Pastor Son's arrest is seen by many as a wake-up call, not only to defend religious freedom, but to remind the church of its role to protect democracy.
I think, in part, the fault lies with the Korean church. I believe this is sort of a punishment from God. Our ancestors of faith have gone through many trials, so we too can have the faith, but we disregarded that gift of faith.
Church historian Myung-soo Park told CBN News that South Korea's economic success has historically paralleled the vitality of its church, but he now warns that such religious freedom is gradually diminishing.
Just recently, prayer and Christian activities in Christian schools are being suppressed to avoid discrimination against their non-Christian students. The government has put restrictions in sharing our Christian beliefs in public.
Park believes that a united voice from both American and Korean evangelical communities can create a stronger, more impactful call for Pastor Son's release and broader religious freedom. Lucille Talusan, CBN News, Seoul.
Thank you, Lucille. And Gordon, imagine this is happening in a country that boasts some of the largest churches today in the world, right?
And boasts that it's a free democracy and that they model their freedoms on the United States. The church is founded in South Korea in 1945. It was after great persecution from the Japanese during the Japanese occupation in World War II. That church has gone through the fire and come out, but it looks like there's fire back in it. Let's get specific on what the accusations are. There's a Public Official Election Act that was passed recently in Korea. There was another one about Educational Autonomy Act. And the violations are 2. One, he made public remarks endorsing and talking about supporting particular candidates for public office. That's what he did. The next
he supported a candidate publicly. That's all it takes, man.
Next thing he did is he had a superintendent. And this is part of the educational autonomy.
I mean, dude, that's basically what they tried to fucking do here with Trump. Pretty much. We're not too far off, man. We're 1 or 2 shitty Supreme Court decisions away from having this exact same shit here. So it will happen eventually. Freedom of speech is the biggest threat to commies. And read between the lines on that one. Because what was the first thing the Bolsheviks did when they took power in Russia? Anti-Semitism laws. Zong Zeno with the 5, something about his glee really pisses me off. I don't know if I'm genuinely starting to hate them more as time yeah. Once you know the plans, it's hard to turn that off. So, yeah, I know what you mean.
He had an interview with that superintendent who was standing for office. He had that interview inside the church, and then he took that content and he posted it to YouTube. That's what he did. In the United States, we would call that something that a citizen has a right to do, that you have a right to participate in the political process. You have free speech and freedom of assembly, freedom to petition your government for a redress of wrongs. But here in South Korea, they're saying we want to clamp down on this. It's not permitted for churches to comment on political election. It's not permitted for them to comment on the educational system. And that comment is an interview with someone running for that office. It's mind-boggling to me that a free and open society would try to clamp down on that. Don't think that this can't happen in the United States. I have heard it publicly said that it's unconstitutional for a pastor to endorse a political candidate. I've actually heard that expressed. And when I hear that, I went, you've got to be kidding me. Do you not know the Bill of Rights? You look at the Colorado Baker cases, and he took that all the way to the Supreme Court and won on a First Amendment right of expression that he didn't have to violate his conscience. And they kept coming at him. You know, we have to be aware of what's happening on the so-called progressive left. They want to clamp down on individual liberty. If you don't agree with their ideology, they want to put you in jail. That's clearly what's happening in South Korea. He organized a protest against gay rights, had 2 million people show up in the streets, and now you see the backlash, and he's been in jail. And that's what he's been charged with. Can you imagine? I posted something on YouTube, and that's going to get me in jail? Well, that's what's happening today in South Korea. The entire church all around the world needs to awaken to this. This isn't some isolated thing.
It all makes sense now, man. You know? Too many Talmud story times before bed. But yeah, that's the thing, bro, is Korea is obsessed with money. Like, obsessed. They are one of the most materialistic cultures on planet Earth. Their entire life is determined by their job. And as a result, you know, they are easily taken advantage of by, you know, those who control the money, we'll just say. But yeah, not surprising. Oh, yeah, it's fully due to greed. 100%, man. You know, boomers love mass immigration because they get cheap service industries. And, you know, they'll get cheap end-of-life care. So that's the reason why they love, you know, open borders and all that type of crap. You know, they want everything to be cheap and readily available at all times, no matter the consequences. It's purely a selfish mentality. You know, they view it as, oh, well, I'm going to be dead anyway, so I don't care. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Pieces of shit. Democracy doesn't work anywhere. Look at this guy. Harvard professor. Yeah, well, retirement homes are literally a thing just to milk the last remaining money out of old people so that they don't have anything to leave behind when they die. So, it's just a pure cash extraction scheme. It is a pure cash extraction scheme. Yeah, dude, Ben Shapiro's not even remotely as relevant as he used to be. Apparently, he just bots views now in order to trick advertisers into thinking he's getting more views than he actually is.
As more Epstein files drop...
Like, bro, that's pretty bad. 25,000 views in 13 hours? For 7 million subs?
As more Epstein files drop, some of the biggest conspiracy...
Like, dude, 300,000 views with 4,000 likes? That's not very organic, I feel like. Like, for example, my Cock of Duty video is at just under 17,000 views with 1,200 likes. So... Bro, he has 3 times the likes, basically, that I have. With 15 times the views. Like 20 times the views. That doesn't make a bit of fucking sense, man. Those numbers are off. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe that's his show that he does. So maybe it gets...
The British Broadcasting Corporation...
people who just listen to it, but 1,200 with 600,000 views? I don't know, man. It seems pretty astroturfed, I'm not gonna lie. I know Steven Crowder accused him of botting his views in the past, which wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. But I've shown y'all examples of other channels that do it. What's that fucking guy's? Yeah, this guy. This guy 100% bots his channel.
Thank you to Taurus for sponsoring.
And he just milks advertisers. Like, bro, a real gaming phone, Red Magic 11 Pro, 600,000 views.
Thank you to Red Magic for sponsoring this video.
500 likes. 200 comments. Gee, I wonder why, you know, he has so many views but so little engagement. Shit, man. Oh, that was brutal. That's absolutely botted. He just does this to lie to advertisers, saying like, "Oh, look how many views I get. That's how many impressions you'll get on your video ad." So it's just look at that, 55,000 views in one day. That might be organic.
Of course, this video is sponsored by Lifen. This year, Apple made a
600 likes on 55,000 views. Yeah, bullshit. Bullshit. Let's see. 568,000 views.
Today,
300 likes. Dude, I have 4 times as many likes with 17,000 views. Why don't I check? What is another tech YouTuber I should check? I just know that this guy's the worst defender. So, what's another tech channel we should check? It's not going to be like your MKB HD types. Like, he probably has legit views. Trying to think. What's another tech YouTuber? Your average consumer. Linus has legit view. Here, we'll try that. Average consumer. Alright. Oh, I've seen this guy's videos.
I think many of us think if you have a small area.
Let's see. So massive tech unboxing. Although these do kind of look like organic views, but we'll see.
If you've ever wondered what companies send you.
Yeah, 5,000 likes. All right, 100 comments though. He could be buying likes. That's pretty fucking low, man. 100 comments. I have 432. Again, over 10 times as many views. 25% of my comments. All right, that's a little suspect because you can buy likes and views. Oppo's AI features are built for real life. I don't think 400,000 people clicked on this, but let's see.
You ever open your phone and realize you got
700 likes. Yup, he didn't bother to pay for likes on that one. 58 comments. Yup, there you go. Another one, and this video is sponsored, isn't it? Thanks to Oppo for sponsoring this video. Yup. So he got paid for getting 400,000 views, where maybe, 7 to 10,000 were legit. Let's see. What's another one that's really high? Real Day in the Life. This one might be legit. iPhone video.
All right, it's time to see how we.
Yeah, that one's less suspect, but the comment count is so low. It's so low, bro. How are you getting 600,000 views and 300 comments? And the top comment only has 200 likes. Yeah, that reeks. That's fake engagement. Anyone who has a YouTube channel would be able to tell you that's fucking fake engagement. Let's see, will this be the coolest gaming room? Let's see. If
So it's been 7 years and 8.
All right, this one might be legit. Is it sponsored? No, it's not sponsored, so maybe this one's legit. That one's not like crazy. Let's see. Awesome back to school tech 2025 budget.
All right, y'all. It is.
2,500 likes with 567,000. And it's just a bunch of ad placements, maybe. I don't know. 89 comments. Dude, there's no way you're getting 600,000 views and 89 comments. Bro, yeah, that's mad sauce. Most advanced headphones of 2025.
All right, y'all. So Sony's most advanced headphones are finally here. These are
200 dude, this just reeks. It just screams fake. The most important tech upgrade for
thanks to Synology for sponsoring today.
100 comments on almost 800k views. Yeah, this is fake as fuck, man. Anyone else have another tech channel we should check? So that's 2 we know for a fact are faking views. 2 for a fact we know are faking views. Review Tech USA. Oh, why can't we find that one? Mark Ass Brownlee is probably the only legit one. He has genuine views. Like, he's YouTube's golden boy, so he gets promoted for everything. I'm trying to think. Oh, what's that one dude's name? Austin. The guy that Dreamcast goes like laser focus. Let's see if this guy bots.
Welcome back to AliExpress.
Let's see if this guy bots. Although he probably gets promoted like crazy. This looks pretty organic. I'm not gonna lie. There's not any like insane numbers popping out like 100,000, 400, 200. Like these look natural. I don't think he's I don't think he's doing it. I think this is legit. Let's just see.
This.
Kind of. It's just very low comments, bro. Very, very low comments.
Oh god, that's gross.
But it's also not very high views. 100. I mean, that's possible. I think that looks pretty organic. Yeah, this one doesn't. There's no like insane view counts out of nowhere. I mean, maybe that. But...
It is time, my friends, to evaluate how much should you trust 5-star.
This has decent engagement though, so I think that one's fine. Yeah, I think this guy's fine. He looks clean. What's another one we should check? Unbox Therapy. I haven't watched him in forever, bro. I forgot he existed.
Got the new 17 Pro Max.
Turns any walls or any wall into pure center.
So this is a pretty cool one.
This is definitely sponsored. Dude, 940,000 views with 200 comments. No way. Dude, there's no fucking way. There is no way you're only getting 200 comments. He probably has more bot accounts that comment on his channel than that. If you have 25 million subs, there's probably more bots assigned to your channel. The coolest smartphone.
You guys are going to enjoy.
900 comments with 1 million views. No, I'm sorry. That's just not possible. That is not fucking possible. 1/1000 or no. 1/10,000th of your audience decided to comment. 1 in every 10,000 people decided to leave a comment. Yeah, bullshit. Bullshit. They're just buying views. LG's new mini projector.
So this is the new
500 comments with 3 million. No, dude. Nope. Nope.
Got the new 17 Pro Max.
Bullshit. Nah. There's no way. There's no fucking way. Your next computer.
This is cool. This is a mini little piece.
They all have 15,000 views. Have you guys noticed that? This one has 15,000 views. 200 comments. Bullshit. And what was the one we were just on? This one.
So this is the new
15,000 views. What was the other one we were on?
So this is a pretty cool one. This is a projector, new projector from XG.
5,000.
You guys are going to enjoy
8,000. See if we can find another one with 15,000.
All right, guys, this is wild. We have
14,000. Dude, yeah.
Got the new 17 Pro Max. 17.
Spotting views and likes. But it's because you get sponsored videos, and you can say, well, I get 2 million views a video. And they're like, oh, well, that's 2 million impressions, which we pay, you know, $20 per 1,000 views, which means you're going to make 20 grand from this ad placement. That's how the business operates, and as long as the bots are cheaper than the actual product placement, pays out. You're making a shitload of money. What's another tech channel we should check? I don't know. Check Griffin King. Yeah. Trust me, bro. My views are nowhere high enough to be botted.
Bruh.
Oh, that 20K number is on the low end, man. They probably make like 50, 60K per video. You bought the stream? Oh, yeah, man. I bought all 200 plus viewers. That's it. I wouldn't bot to be over 1,000 or 2,000. Just, you know, a nice, stable 200 viewers. Mr. Who's the Boss? Oh, the Indian guy? Yeah, I remember him. It wouldn't surprise me if he's legit because, you know, India Superpower 2020. But we'll see.
I spent $2,500 on Instagram.
Yeah, he's legit. See, that's the type of likes you would be getting with millions of views. Do you see how much that other shit stinks, bro? 155K is normal for like 6 million views. You're not going to be getting 15,000 fucking likes on a 3 million view video. Yeah, already this looks legit. Oh, wait, how many
I spent $2,500 on an Instagram ad.
Yeah, 4,300 comments. Again, way more legit.
Okay, this is a
118,000, 6,000 comment. Yeah. This is much more legit. I know this dude's like insanely popular in India. So
I just spent the last few hours hands-on with every new iPhone. So that's the way.
Yeah, this is genuine engagement. This is real engagement. You can see it. Like, look at all the upvotes. 15,000, 12,000 on the upvotes. Like, this is real engagement. Yep. But you see how easy it is to spot. Like, if you spend any time looking at your analytics and stuff, you pick up on this shit immediately when people are botting. So, it's very easy to spot. The smell test doesn't fucking fail, usually. Did I read all super chats? Yeah. Why? Do I Justine? Oh, dude, I forgot she existed. I think Jeff Keighley was fucking her at one point.
I'm Justine, and my life completely...
Oh, she barely gets any views, bro. Those are probably legit.
Hey everyone, it's Justine, and...
See, this is the natural, like, YouTuber fall off. Yeah, 60,000 views, 3,000 likes, 200. That's probably it. Yeah, you wouldn't fake 50,000 views. There's like no point in that.
Hey everyone, I am so excited because today we have
2.2. Yeah, that's legit. Well, dude, everybody's social media career eventually crashes and burns, man. This is not a longevity industry. So...
I'm Justine, and my life completely...
This bitch probably made a fortune. Hold on, let's go to here. Yeah, 1.5 billion views. Conservatively, she made over $3 million. Minimum. That's without sponsorships or anything else. So... She made millions off of AdSense at a minimum. And she made the bulk of her money pre-adpocalypse. So unless she blew all of her fucking money, she's definitely still loaded. I used to think she was hot. Well, so did Jeff Keighley, bro, and that's why he was fucking her. Shit. Jay's 2 cents. Let's see. Yeah, I've seen videos from this guy. That doesn't look like it's fake. Yeah, this looks like natural numbers, if you ask me.
Well, in keeping with the posts...
Yeah, that looks fine. I mean, 300 comments is a little low, but again, I don't know why.
Computex time.
I don't know why you would bot 100,000 views. It's not that many.
What's up, guys? Jay here coming.
11,000 likes, 1,600 comments. Yeah, that looks fine. Yeah, I think he's good. That passes the smell test. J Station got banned, bro. Watch Reforge Gaming if you need a good headache. I've heard of him. I'm not really too familiar with him. He's the guy who looks like your typical Marvel adult, right? Oh shit, I almost typed in Marvel adult. Let's see. Yeah, this guy. Yeah, this literally looks like your typical Marvel adult. Am I wrong?
Arc Raiders PvE.
Like, bro, look, he's got Star Wars helmets in the background. Yeah. Oh, look, the Spider-Man stat. Yeah, what did I say? Marvel adult, bro. He's got a fucking Spider-Man statue in the background. Yeah, I had a feeling. Yeah. Heckin' Marvel, dude. I love the MCU. It's the greatest movie series ever, bro. What is this shit?
Could you find a way to let me down slowly? A little sympathy, I hope you can show me. If you wanna go, then I'll be so lonely. If you're leaving, baby, let me down slowly. Let me down, down, let me down, down.
A learned reaction in New York City.
Let me down.
I'm assuming that's where this
Let me
is.
down, down, let me down. If you wanna go, then I'll be so lonely. If you're leaving, baby, let me down slowly. Cold skin, drag my feet on the tile as I'm walking down the corridor.
Oh no, it's London. Okay. I think.
And I know we haven't talked in a while, so I'm looking for an open door. Don't cut me down, throw me out, leave me in a waste. I once was a man with dignity and grace. Now I'm slipping through the cracks of your cold embrace. So please,
This is so fucking cringe, man.
please, could you find a way to let me down slowly? A little
Learned behavior.
sympathy, I hope you can show me. If you wanna go, then I'll be so. Could you find a way to let me down slowly? A little.
Yep. Their parents taught them well. Might just save their life. Of course he doesn't crash out after every rejection. He does it knowing he's going to get rejected so he can say, look how racist they are. It's a common grift on social media, dude. Nah, that's the expected reaction. It is a scam in big cities. Like, they try and get you to take a flower and then demand that you pay them for it. It's a very big scam in most major cities. They hand you a flower and then start screaming at you, demanding payment. What is this shit? A man born in 1867 talks about working in the 1880s.
It was early in July, 1881. I was approached by a chum of mine who asked if I'd
A chum of mine.
like a job as office boy with the Western Electric Manufacturing Company, whose office was on New Church Street in the rear of Trinity Church. I conferred with my parents, who thought well of the proposition, although my grandparents had me...
Jesus, man, we really have reversed in terms of linguistics.
...cut out for a Methodist Episcopal dominant. I'd have been some minister in a small Long Island parish.
Listen to how much more intelligent he sounds, bro. I feel like a dumbass.
With a...
Shame.
With the possibility of a donation party, weekly. Mr. F.R. Wells, manager, the New York office of the Western, offered me $2 a week. I stuck out for 4, was finally employed, and at the end of the first week, received a $5 gold piece in my...
Dude, how much... Hold on, let's see. How much is a 1881 $5 gold piece worth today? Let's see. Alright, I don't want what the fucking conditional value. Dude. $1,300. $1,300 is the melt value. He made $1,300 an hour at like some random fucking job, bro. That is what they've taken from us. $1,300 a week at some random job. This is what we've given up, guys. That's insane, man. Holy fuck, that pisses me off.
Your envelope. I must have performed better than I thought. My jobs were numerous up to the time I was elected a director and vice president in charge of purchases and traffic, and later president and chairman of the Gray Bar Electric Company. I retired on the 4th of October last under the old age pension scheme. I look upon my association with the telephone pioneers of America with the utmost gratification, which is something I would have you all know. And I've had a wonderful time in the last 50 years, but there's still life in the old man yet.
Jesus, man. Dude, that... Yeah, I want to go back. Really. Holy fuck, man. That's crazy. Just walks up to somebody, gets a job, $1,300 a week. That's what they've taken from us. That's what they've taken from us, man. We used to have a real society. But then we were flooded with cheap foreign labor. for 50 years. We put women into the workforce, which effectively halved the salary rate universally. And then on top of that, we imported mass quantities of tens of millions of low, skill labor forces that just, completely destroyed any and all local economies. And instead of them investing the money back into the economies, they just ship it back home. And then eventually leave, and then live in fucking whatever country they came from. We've been looted, literally. Red hair and blue eyes, you found your future wife? I don't think she's interested, little bro. Beauty standards for different... Have we watched this one? I think we have. Yeah, it's just all be white. Yeah, I remember that one. Yeah. We watched that. He's a bum. We watched that in the past. It's very irritating. Oh, do they have a certain one that I wanted to look up? The 1920s one? Maybe not. The Triumph of the Will. The intro song is good for that. Let's just see. Wow. Cool to see like the old footage though. Like filming on planes back in the day was like unfucking heard of at this time. Look how fucking crazy. But you look at that and you actually wonder, like, all right, what have we actually improved upon in society in these 100 years? Like, what, we have shitty fucking skyscrapers now that have to be torn down every 50 years? So, you know, we really did peak almost pre-industrial revolution, I feel like. The only thing that's gotten better is technology. That's it. Every other aspect of life has gotten worse. People are unhealthier, they're lonelier, they're less fulfilled, they're more depressed. You know, things are more expensive. People aren't having kids. They're, you know, absent from their family life, not involved in their community. But hey, at least we got fucking TikTok and Uber Eats, right? So yeah, that's the thing, bro, is I think the technology cope is going to eventually wear off, because think about all these kids that grow up with iPads. Like, they're going to be fried of that shit by the time they hit 10. They're going to be sick of that shit. They're going to be looking for a new dopamine source very early in life. It's not like, you know, in the past where we grew up, you know, we had to play outside, we played with toys and that type of shit, and maybe every once in a while we got to play video games, but that was usually when you hit at least 10 years old or something like that, and then you didn't get a phone until you turned like 13. Bro, these kids today are born with a phone in their hand, basically. So that dopamine rush of using a phone or whatever is going to, you know, dissipate pretty early on in life for a lot of people. I think there's going to be a very large portion of the population that will reject the, you know, instant dopamine of technology, because quite literally they will be so fucking numb to it by the time they come of age that they'll frankly be disgusted by it and want nothing to do with it. So, I'm very happy I didn't grow up addicted to electronics, man. Like, shit. It's already easy enough to get addicted now as an adult, but I couldn't imagine if I had that, like, addiction as a kid. Bro, what is this?
Why does everyone in South Korea love Jews so much? Everyone I've met in South Korea has read the Jewish religious book, the Talmud.
South Korea is on a peninsula bordering North Korea and near China and Japan.
Koreans are mainly Buddhist and Christian, and there are basically no Jews here. But for some reason, everyone I've spoken to has read the Talmud.
50 years ago, a book called 5,000 Years of Jewish Wisdom became a bestseller in Korea. This book talks about stories and lessons from the Talmud that help you live a successful life.
And many Koreans started wondering,
why are Jewish people successful?
So they started reading
You're not going to get the answer in that book.
the Talmud as a way to learn about the secrets behind the success.
They even created a comic book version of the Talmud that parents would give to their young kids.
I think one of the keys to coexistence is learning about different cultures and religions. And it's beautiful to see a country like South Korea embrace different beliefs in that way.
Why don't you give them the passages that describe them as human cattle that can be executed without consequence, raped, enslaved, lied to, cheated out of money? You know, where are those? I'm sure those passages didn't make the cut, but, you know, at least she's hot. Bro, that's what I've said, is like, dude, if there's a hot Jewish chick, I'd definitely fold. So yeah, exactly. They're reading the super, you know, curated Cliff Notes version. Exactly. Griffin will fold for Sydney Sweeney? Yeah. Is that like is that some sort of own or something? Like, I'm pretty sure most dudes will. Dude, what the fuck is this shit?
Israel attacked Iran, and that Tucker Carlson had to eat his hat, and it didn't go as he thought. But let's say for a second it did, because it could have. It could have been catastrophic World War III. What do you think would have happened in America? The voices from the right and the left, as the gates are shut, as there is the food shelves in the grocery stores are empty, as there are runs on the bank. Who do you think they're going to be pointing at with a visceral rage? They're going to be pointing from both sides at the Jews, these Jews who are comfortable in their own little bubbles there, and they're going to be pointing at them. And I feel my family in America, I feel my friends in America. I don't want to say this. I don't want to be this guy that says this, but I know that if I don't say this, because it's so heavy on my heart, when I leave this world, I'm going to stand before the creator of heaven and the earth. He's going to say, I put this on your heart. Why didn't you say it? Because I don't want to offend American Jewry and diaspora Jewry.
And your point is well taken, and it's now live. People will be able to hear it, and I hear that. I'm gonna shift the gear for a second.
I've seen clips of these guys before, and I'm not gonna lie, it does kind of seem like a psyop. Where, it's like, basically like, please don't blame us all. Like, I don't know. Which I know there's right-wing Jews out there. So obviously it's not impossible. But I've seen these clips pushed very, very hard recently. So that is my only hesitation to believe it at face value. Is just how often I've seen clips of these two guys.
Issued a stark warning to American Jews. I want to make a warning to somebody else, and that's American Gentiles. The minute your country is taken over by anti-Semitism, the minute you start to be a country that's not blessing Israel but cursing Israel, you have begun the process of shrinking away from your empire.
We're going to take all your money.
That has happened.
Why don't you just go ahead and say it? Say it.
I don't think that that's theological. That's biological. That's the way the world operates.
That's the way the world operates. Oh my God.
Every empire that turned on the Jewish people shrank back to its smallness.
What about Spain?
If it's the Germans and it's the Austrians, if it's the Dutch and the Spanish, and it's certainly a much more recent history, if it's the British who had a giant empire, gigantic, ginormous empire. But when they turned on the Jews, within just a few years, they became the little island that they are today. Okay?
I always want
exactly as planned. Like, yeah, why don't you just... Dude, holy fuck, man.
To do a PhD.
What the fuck is he talking about? Turned against them. The fucking Jews have owned Britain since William of Orange took the throne and he sold out the country and formed the Bank of England. The Rothschilds have controlled England for hundreds of years at this point. World War II was literally fought on behalf of the Jews. Winston Churchill was literally bribed by Jewish bankers to declare war on Hitler. What type of revisionist ass history is this shit? Holy fuck, man.
Thesis tracking throughout history the meccas of Jewish diaspora and then the precipitous downfall.
The only reason Israel exists as a state today is because the British allowed it to.
Immediately following them turning against
the Jews are a channel for blessing in your nation. Okay?
Oh my God, bro.
This is coming out saying, get the...
This is an insane fucking cope.
Blank out of here. I hear it. And we have a place, Baruch Hashem, thank God we have our homeland back.
I was right to be suspicious of these two, bro. I was very right to be suspicious of these two. Like, I saw a clip of this guy saying, like, oh, yeah, well, what, the Nazis were actually right. The Jews are the ones that caused communism. Like, I'm guessing they're trying to, like, play these two guys as, like, the based, right-wing Jewish guys. But holy fuck, man. This is saying the quiet part out loud.
Made great miracles.
But this is not a fucking, opinion. This is a threat. We'll fucking destroy you. That's literally what he's saying, bro. Just start rubbing your hands at this point. Like, Jesus, bro. I know you don't believe in him.
For you, Fuentes.
Or actually, you believe he's boiling in a, vat of human piss and shit in hell for all of eternity. But, Judeo-Christian values, baby.
Do you really think that what you're offering is a great offer for America? Do you think that when you cleanse America from Jews, America's going to be a blessed country? Biologically, historically speaking, it will not. It will shrink. And I see it. The American shrinkage has begun. And so...
exactly as planned.
That's for you, America. Like, you're throwing out, you're vomiting out, you're listening to this guy, you're vomiting out your Jews. It's been done before, and all those places, look at these great cities. Yemen used to be a great, a cultural mecca for Jews. It became what it is today, a crappy little country. And look at Lithuania and all these places. They were once important because the Jews were there, and they brought God's channel. They channeled godliness into this world. They brought smartness and innovation.
That's right, guys. You're nothing without us. Oh my God, dude, this is insane.
And in political innovation and
could you imagine if any other group imagine if white people made a video saying you're nothing without whites. Bro, YouTube would take that fucking video down in 10 seconds for hate speech. Holy fuck. This is crazy.
Cultural innovation. You kick them out and you go to Vienna today. I've been to Vienna. Very, very nice city. A shadow, a memory of great times past.
I wonder why. Listen, dude, this guy is... Holy fuck. Jeez. This guy is an evil fucker. I wonder why it's a shadow of its past. I couldn't imagine.
Okay? A nice place. They keep it nicely, but it doesn't have the power. The Jews bring the power. You want to kick the Jews out of New York? You got Mamdani. He's going to kick the Jews out of New York. He's going to arrest the Netanyahu. He's going to globalize the jihad. Gesundheit hate, as we say. Good luck. Let's see what happens to your great New York City without us. And I think that there's another aspect of that, which is who will stand with Israel? The nations are to be judged. We know, and Fuentes says truthfully, we will survive. When we're kicked out of America and America, the whole thing is done. The whole American Jewish project is done. We're going to be fine. Within a span of a few hundred years, we went from the Babylonian to the Persian to the Greek and the Roman Empire.
Holy shit, bro.
We're still here.
Look, the Greater Israel Project. Holy shit, man. Yeah, no wonder why they're trying to prop this dude up as, like, the right-wing Jew. Because there's other clips of him that I've seen pushed hard on Twitter of him talking about how Jews caused communism and stuff. And how secular Jews are, ultra-left-wing and all this other stuff. And it's like, yeah, they were trying to position this guy as, like, some sort of based right-winger. And now, here you go. That's why he's issuing the threat to all you, pesky goys who think about, resisting the central banking overlords. So, don't get too confident.
When you cleanse...
We'll destroy you, and with a smile on our face as we move on to the next host. Oh my God, man. Holy shit. That was crazy. What was the title of that?
Israel attacked Iran. And that...
Dude, I may save that. That's fucking... Jeez. I may download that one. That is a crazy fucking video. Alright. Yep, I'm saving that. That one's added to my collection. Holy shit. That's wild, bro. That was not even a veiled fucking threat. That was just a straight up threat. All right. That was crazy, dude. Yeah, they wonder why people are anti-Semitic. Dude, it's like literally the Rothschilds movie. You know, it was so bad that Hitler just used clips from the movie as propaganda. Like, it's insane, dude. It's the same energy. Like, this clip would turn even a supporter of Israel anti-Semitic. Like, that shit was not even a veiled threat, bro. They were, like, reveling in the fact that they're gonna deliberately destroy the United States. We made all these places small. It's like, maybe they should have gotten rid of you sooner then. I don't know. Is that the takeaway we're supposed to come away with you know, viewing that clip? Is that the only mistake they made is keeping you around as long as they fucking did in order to minimize the damage, get rid of you faster than, you know, later? That shit's crazy, bro. That was genuinely crazy. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, you know, they're breeding the anti-Semites, which is all by design. So make no mistake. They do it on purpose for a reason. It's not an accident. Israel isn't your ally. Well, I know that.
Why do our politicians keep on saying that we must bless Israel?
Those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse
Ugh, dude, Ted Cruz.
Israel will be cursed.
God blesses those who bless Israel. God bless.
Why is... Dude, I know the answer. Every Republican's fucking horrible because they're supposed to be fucking horrible.
Our cherished ally, the state.
They're chosen for that fact.
Of Israel.
It's because I actually read my Bible. I know what God has said. I know what the principles of God mean to people like me as a Christian.
Where is that? I can find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my... You pull out the phone and...
Why do so many Christians suck?
Dude, my mouse is doing the fucking double click again.
Christian politicians continue to say we must bless Israel. It's weird because in the Bible, John 4:21-24 clearly states, Jesus replied, "Believe me, dear woman, the time is coming when it will no longer matter whether you worship the Father on this mountain or in Jerusalem. You Samaritans know very little about the one you worship, while we Jews know all about him. For salvation comes through the Jews. But the time is coming, indeed it is here now, when true worshipers will worship the Father in spirit and in truth. The Father is looking for those who will worship him that way. For God is spirit, so those who worship him must worship in spirit and in truth." So this very clearly states that it's no longer a physical place, but a spiritual worship that actually matters. But if you guys want another example, we'll go farther into the Bible. Galatians 3:28-29.
Dude, all you have to do is read the original fucking verse, and it's referring to a person, not a place. That's the even crazier part.
There's no longer Jew or Gentile, slave or free, male and female. For you are all one in Christ Jesus. Now that you belong to Christ, you are the true children of Abraham. You are his heirs, and God's promise to Abraham belongs to you. So here we have Paul removing the ethnic distinction that the chosen ones are those from Israel, and instead the ones who stand united in Christ through faith. In the New Testament, the children of Abraham, that is, the...
How can you be God's chosen people and reject his son? Doesn't make a bit of sense to me, but, you know, I'm sure that's anti-Semitic to point out.
True Israel are defined not by bloodline, nationality, or ancestry, but by faith in Jesus Christ. In the Old Testament, the children of Abraham were the people of physical Israel. So it's different now, yet we still say that we must bless Israel, the current state of Israel. And you'll hear pastors like Greg Locke or whatever his name is say that, well, we're not saying the political Israel. Well, you very clearly are when you're telling people that you're willing to rain down missiles on another country in support of that country.
And get a great big missile
and blow that wicked dome of the rock plumb off of the spot where it's standing right now, so we can get that third temple rebuilt and usher in the coming of Jesus. Blow the whole...
What?
Where it's standing right now, so we can get that third temple rebuilt and usher in the coming of Jesus. Blow the...
You want to bring about apocalypse? Holy shit, man. Oh my god. Yeah, let's bring about the end of the fucking world, dude. That's a great idea.
The whole thing, the kingdom come. Rebuild that third temple and we'll zip up out of here in the glory land. Amen.
Listen, I'm not a free Palestine liberal that runs around screaming free Palestine, not knowing anything from biblical nature. I'm an America first person. I'm a big believer in fixing the problems in my own house before I cross the street and try to correct my neighbor's problems. Anyways, why do Christian politicians and pastors believe this way? Well, I think I might know a little bit of why. The Scofield Reference Bible was created by C.I. Scofield in 1909. Before he was a Bible teacher and pastor, he was a lawyer and politician. A matter of fact, quite a corrupt lawyer, we'll put it that way. And then suddenly in 1909, the Oxford Press published his interpretation of the Bible, now known as the Scofield Bible. In simple terms, it was the first time the Bible had notes in it. So the notes that you see in your Bibles now, it was the first time that ever happened in the Bible. Millions of people bought into this Bible. Now, what were some of the main differences between...
And why do you think the Catholic Church and the Orthodox Church don't want people to read the Bible without guidance? Because shit like this happens.
In this interpretation and prior interpretations of the Bible? Well, one, a pre-tribulation rapture, which essentially states that prior to the rapture, Christians will be saved through faith and faith alone. Now, some Protestant Christians will argue with me and say that's not exactly what it says. However, that is essentially the essence of what most Protestant churches preach. Now, I'm a person that goes to a Protestant church and I understand this. There's much more needed than just faith to get you to heaven. Yes, faith is the building block of everything. However, we also have to practice our religion. It's like any other relationship. I can't just say I love you and expect you to be married to me the rest of my life. I have to put in work. This pre-tribulation rapture instilled a massive sense of complacency within the Christian community. And if you ever argue with a Muslim about faith, they'll usually bring up the fact that Christians are incredibly complacent in their faith, and they're not wrong. A majority of Christians are, including myself. We have all fallen victim to this. Now, we are always going to fall short of perfection. We will always be sinful. It is in our nature. However, we can't just accept that and move on. We have to at least try, just like any other relationship in life. In modern day America, Christianity, it's, oh, I go to church on Sunday and I listen to my pastor talk about one verse and I'll be saved no matter what I do. I won't have to suffer when the end times come. Okay, American Christians, go ask the Christians in Syria or Nigeria or Palestine if suffering exists. Or go ask the Christians that died during the Bolshevik era of Russia. Go ask them if they suffer.
20 million's an understatement. Maybe just in Ukraine.
Christians still suffer, and they suffer a lot. So I'm speaking directly to American Christians, as we seem to be the most complacent of all Christians in the world, which is why I think we're allowing all these evil powers to systematically tear our religion down as they are. It's because of our complacency. We have to be stronger in our faith. Another major difference in this interpretation from others was the literal return of Israel to the Holy Land. Now, before this interpretation, it was known and it was a thing that obviously the new state of Israel, as I stated in the Bible when I read the verses, is a spiritual thing. God's chosen people are those who accept Christ in their life. However, this interpretation, the Scofield Bible, completely switched this, and it set the stage for the modern state of Israel, which was established in May of 1948 after World War II, and led to the birth of Christian Zionism, which believes that we must protect the modern state of Israel, which is what a majority of our politicians actually are, Christian Zionists. And it's just funny to me because, one, the Bible states that the state of Israel today is not the state of Israel as talked about in the Bible, but also the people that live in the current state of Israel, they don't even accept Christ into their lives, so why would they be God's chosen people? If you're a Christian, you believe in the New Testament, it's almost contradictory to believe that the Jews of Israel are God's chosen people if they don't even accept Christ into their lives. It just doesn't even make that much sense, to be honest. But who am I? I'm just some random dude in the street. I don't have a degree, or I'm not a pastor, so I can't speak on it. No, I'm gonna talk on it because I want to. And a little fun note for you guys to just think about, okay? Just to think about this. Revelation 2:9. I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan. So we wonder why these politicians and pastors continue to say we must bless the state of Israel when someone like myself, who's new in my faith, who just opens up a Bible and reads it and does some research, quickly realizes that's not the case that they're talking about. Well, it's because of a couple things. One, false prophets exist. Jesus talked of this. Two, these people could be getting paid, $7,000 per post or whatever. Or three, they just learned wrong. The Scofield Reference Bible interpretation is the go-to interpretations for Christian universities, pastors, schools, Bible studies, and the modern Protestant church. It's what everyone goes to. So it makes sense that they would believe that. However, if you look into it a little bit, it's clearly not the case. That's why we cannot treat our pastors as God. We can listen to our pastors and learn, but the only truth is God and God himself. We must read the Bible to actually learn. I'll leave you with this to not leave you too scared. Revelation 3:9. Behold, I will make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews but are not. I will make them come to worship before my feet and to know that I love thee. So, things are bad right now and things suck, but Jesus always comes out on top. See you on the next one. Adios.
This is kind of an interesting thing, too.
Colson started something. Mr. Quartermaster. He had his office call the earthquake statistics. Those days of time report and time report. I didn't know when they all said it was Goldstein.
Goldstein.
Yeah, but they didn't tell you. I said, who were they? He said, what? I said, what kind of people were they? I said, were they all Jews? He said, yes. Malik is not Jewish. No. All right. I want to look at any sensitive areas around where Jews are involved. See, the Jews are all through the government. And we have got to get in those areas, we've got to get a man in charge who is not Jewish to control the Jewish. You understand? I sure do. The government is full of Jews. I sure do. Second, most Jews are disloyal. You know what I mean? You have a garment and a Kissinger. And frankly, a sapphire. In fact, there are exceptions. But Bob, generally speaking, you can't trust the bastards. They turn on you. Are you correct? Am I wrong or right? And their whole orientation is against this administration anyway. Against you. They have this arrogant attitude too. Sure. So, and they're smart. They have the ability to do what they want to do, which is to hurt us. Which is the problem. They have the ability to, some people that are out there, interested in that doesn't have any Jews. He's only got, and he got this one, he's got quite a few horrible bastard. His aides, none of his aides have ever been Jewish. Even Tony Lake, who turned on us. That's right. That is, the young guys that he's always had. But I really feel that once the Jews check, Alex particularly checked the Jews throughout the administration. He's got a Jewish cell in any place. And they're all working on it. And see what we can do about it.
But that's one of the concerns with the military and other key aspects of government is, like, let's say we ever did, turn against Israel. We have so many, dual loyalty individuals implanted in every level of government, corporate America, every aspect of, American life at the top levels. That, they could literally sabotage the entire United States from within. And that's exactly what Nixon was talking about. We literally have foreign agents essentially operating, all of our key governmental functions as well as, all the private sector stuff as well, too. So our food supply, water purification, military, law enforcement, judicial systems, you name it. So, yeah, the more and more you read into Nixon, there's a reason why they got rid of him, man. Same with JFK, so... Oh, wait, what's this? Here's another one.
The Supreme Court decided Roe v. Wade in January 19... In another of the candid and sometimes coarse conversations released today, the president muses about anti-Semitism. He's talking to evangelist Billy Graham and worries about reaction to the Washington visit of Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir, because Israel has just shot down a Libyan passenger plane.
This anti-Semitism is stronger than we think, It's unfortunate, but this has happened to the Jews. It happened in Spain, it's happened in Germany, it's happening, and now it's going to happen in America if these people don't start behaving. It may be they have a death wish. That's been the problems with our Jewish friends for centuries.
Well, they've always been, through the Bible at least, God's timepiece, and
He has judged them from generation to generation, and yet used them, and they've kept their identity.
On Inauguration Day,
They didn't
1973,
leave
on
the
the phone
good
with
part
Cole.
in, of course. They didn't leave the good part in. Where Billy Graham agrees, yeah. But yeah, it's very obvious why Nixon had to go. Formerly Chuck with the 2, they got China on speed. It's not even that, bro. Like, you know, look at who gave is like the Soviets nuclear technology. You know, Jewish scientists within the United States. The Rosensteins. Or Rosenberg, whatever their last name was. I don't remember. It doesn't matter. But yeah, they stole the U.S. nuclear secrets and gave it to the Soviets. And then the Soviets gave that information to the Israelis. So, no, it's one big international cabal. You know, the Zionists or whatever you want to call them, they're actually the Frankists. You want to get really, really specific. But yeah, that's how they operate. Infiltrate, extract, you know, return. Let's see. What was I going to read? Shit. Yup, the acceleration. Okay, there we go. Christians are crazy. It's like they're playing 4D chess. They believe embracing them to building the third temple and bringing the times faster is a win for. I know. I guess they're forgetting about the fact that, you know what, the Antichrist rules for 1,000+ years. It's just a little, you know, I guess we're all going to just be magically saved immediately. No. But it's a scary place we find ourselves. Oh, they could absolutely cause another Great Depression, man. The Federal Reserve controls our monetary supply, so yeah, they can completely tank our economy overnight if they wanted to. They can set interest rates. They control the monetary supply. They can call in the national debt. They can refuse to issue new currency. They can print our currency into a worthless asset. So, completely captive. What these demons want to usher is the fifth kingdom under the rule of the Antichrist. Yeah. They want to bring about apocalypse, essentially. Sick individuals, man. Well, dude, the woke shit originates from them. Like, hold on.
There's 6 sexes, genders in the Talmud with many mentions. Let's get into what they are. There's Nekeva and Zakar, the two you hear as female and male. Androgynous for an intersex person with both female and male sex characteristics. Tum a person with obscured or unclear sexual characteristics. Halo needs someone assigned female at birth but who expresses male characteristics later in life. Sorry, someone assigned male at birth but develops female characteristics.
Alright, obnoxious delivery, but the point remains. Literally, this transgender shit literally comes from the fucking Talmud. So, again, it's not that they're pushing it, it's that they are. Most of this woke shit is inherently linked to Judaism. Same with feminism, bro. Like, the Jews literally worship the female divine, which is a little known fact. They believe that God has a feminine counterpart, and they worship directly to that. That's the reason why Judaism's lineage is passed down through the mother. Their society is inherently feminist. So... Again, Judeo-Christian values, guys. Here, let's see. Yeah, the feminine manifestation of God in Jewish mysticism. Jesus, man.
In Judaism, the concept of the divine feminine is deeply rooted in scripture, tradition, and mysticism. Here are some key aspects. 1. Shekinah, the feminine aspect of God's presence, dwelling among people and guiding them. 2. Binah, the divine feminine, Sephira attribute in Kabbalistic tradition, representing understanding, intuition, and nurturing. 3. Chokmah, the divine feminine Sephira, symbolizing wisdom, creativity, and inspiration. 4. Elohim, a feminine name for God, used in Genesis and other biblical texts. 5.
That's what the Mormons worship, is Elohim, the feminine god.
5. Matronate, a feminine title for God in Kabbalistic tradition, emphasizing divine motherhood. 6. Rachel and Leah, matriarchs in Jewish tradition, embodying feminine spiritual qualities like compassion, strength, and devotion. 7. Feminine imagery in Torah. Torah passages use feminine imagery to describe God, such as El Shaddai, God the nurturer, God as a mother, Isaiah 66:13. 8. Kabbalistic teachings emphasize the balance of masculine and feminine energies in the divine. 9. Jewish mysticism recognizes the divine feminine as a powerful force in spiritual growth and transformation. However, the divine feminine in Judaism has also faced challenges and limitations, including 1. Patriarchal interpretations. Traditional interpretations have often emphasized masculine aspects of the divine. 2. Gender roles and restrictions. Women's roles in Jewish tradition have been limited, perpetuating gender inequality. Despite
awesome.
these
Thanks, nigga.
challenges,
All right.
the concept of the divine feminine remains a vital and evolving aspect of Jewish thought and spirituality.
The divine feminine. Yeah. Again, it makes a lot of sense why feminism, transgenderism, homosexuality, all this shit is pushed so heavily by the media, which is also owned by the same people that believe in all that shit. Jesus with the 5 watched new Superman, and it was truly awful. He gets beat up by everyone and literally cries at Lex not seeing him as a human. I also hate the Superdog. Yeah, I had zero interest in watching that movie, and I'm glad to know that I made the right choice. Yeah, it did not look very good, man. I'm just like, I don't know. The comic book cape shit stuff has really just run its course, I feel like. They need to give it a rest. Like, enough is enough for a while, at least. You know, let that shit breathe a little bit. It does pose philosophical questions. If masculinity has divine, does femininity have divine too? So, if you believe in the Old Testament, which, you know, our Judeo brethren claim to, the way it works is God created man in his image. So Adam was created in God's image. Women were not created in God's image. Women were created as a part of man. So, you know, in the Bible, you know, one of Adam's ribs is taken and it's used to create Eve. So in the divine order of things, it goes God, men, women, children. So, therefore, man is closest to God, women are made of man, and children are made of men and women. So, therefore, they're the lowest. So, women inherently are not made in God's image. They're made of a being that was created in God's image, but they are not God's image.
I can't afford this shit!
So, implying that God the Father, referred to specifically as that name, is the divine feminine, is literally blasphemy. But, yeah. It's literally blasphemy. If so, it would then assume women would have attributes of a man. No. No. That's not at all what it's saying. It's saying that God created men in his image. Man is created in God's image. And from men, he took a part of the man he created in order to create a woman from that part. It's not saying that it would have male attributes. It's basically establishing a divine order. That man is directly made in God's image. And that women are made as a byproduct of the thing created in God's image. So there's a separate degree of separation between man and woman from God. Men have a direct one-to-one created in the image of God relationship. Women do not have that. Women are created as a byproduct of man. So that's why, like, the ranking goes God, men, women, children. Because children have the highest separation from God. Because if man is created in God's image, women are created of God, then children are created of men and women. Therefore, they have the highest degree of separation from God in the case of Adam and Eve. This makes sense? So the more and more times human beings reproduce, the further away we get from being created in the image of God. When I was a kid, my based mom took me out of a wedding with a female minister. Yeah, dude, it's like strictly prohibited in the Bible, but you know, we're Protestants. We do what we want. The Bible's just like a guide. We don't actually have to follow it. But I love Jesus. Then he wouldn't have given the directive to be fruitful and multiply if each iteration makes them further. No, dude, you gotta read the fucking Bible. This is all explained. I really don't want to get into theology class, but it's literally explained that part of the punishment that Adam and Eve, you know, have to face as a result of, you know, eating from the tree of knowledge and basically tainting humanity is the fact that humanity as a result will struggle. They will be further removed from God as time progresses, but that's also a test that if they live a good life despite their trials and tribulations, then they can once again be redeemed and be welcomed back into the fold of heaven. That's the entire point. Like, again, I really don't want to get into theology class, and then it's also the fact that's why Jesus exists, you know, to come and redeem humanity who has, you know, shifted so far away from God. And, you know, again, this could be a whole theological discussion, but the whole point is that, you know, Adam and Eve ate from the tree of knowledge, drifted away from God as a result, and by doing so, basically damned humanity. So, and that's the entire point of Jesus, is to redeem humanity and bring them back into the fold. So, I just saw it more pragmatic. Eating the tree of good and evil woke them up to choice. No, it didn't wake them up to choice. It awoke them to the knowledge of evil. Because humanity was only good prior to that point. It didn't give them choice. They had free will. That's why they were able to eat the fruit in the first place. If they didn't have free will, then it wouldn't have been a problem. So choice was never the actual point. Choice was always present. What it did was, awaken their minds to the knowledge of evil and sin. Why was eating from the tree of knowledge a sin? Well, why is anything that God tells you to do in the Bible and you do the opposite a sin? If God tells you, thou shalt not kill thy neighbor or whatever, and you kill your neighbor, why is that a sin? Well, because God told you not to do it. Like, that's the entire point. It's, you made the conscious decision to go against, God's wishes. You made that choice. You chose to sin. That's why I think it's a sin humans weren't prepared to become Again, this is a super... I really don't want to get into a super complicated theological debate, but the entire point of humanity was to present a being with a choice. God created humanity in his image, not like the angels, for a specific purpose, in the sense that they would be given free will so that they could choose to love of their own volition. The entire point of humanity was to be conscious and make its own decisions. And if you believe that God is all-knowing, he knew from the start exactly what would happen and chose to let it happen. Otherwise, he would have never given them free will in the first place. So, again, this is a very, very complicated theological debate. And I really don't want to have this shit at 8 a.m. on a fucking Wednesday morning, personally, when I've been streaming for almost 9 hours. But, yeah, this has been a very, very, very heavily disputed topic. The entire point of humanity is the capacity to have free will and to love of your own volition, aka love and obey God. And the entire reason the tree was in the Garden of Eden is to present humanity with that choice. Otherwise, why would it even be there in the first place? So, it's the thing. Humanity is exiled from Eden because then they're given the chance to worship and obey God of their own volition so that they can one day, be reunited with him. So that's the entire, point of, the Garden of Eden creation story. So... We are not free down here. This is Satan's place. I don't care for any religion. It is just God. Dude, you can't say that you believe in God and say that you don't care for any religion. Like, that's completely counterintuitive. Your entire concept of what a God is comes from religion, whether you want to admit it or not. It's over, Griffin. The jig is up. Yeah, that's right, man. Let's see. Jesus with the 2. Definitely watch extended Zack Snyder DC movies. I did like Man of Steel. Man of Steel I thought was good. The other ones I never really watched. But that's only because I like Henry Cavill. Super chud. In my opinion, Christianity is weird because it makes more sense the more you learn and think about it, but to the uninitiated, it seems goofy and silly. Well, I mean, that goes for every religion, man. So, the more you research anything, the more sense it makes. Not even just, you know, religion, but yeah. Jesus didn't say be Christian or... No, he said believe in me. That's what it means to be a Christian. Dude, Christianity just literally means, like, you're following Christ. That's it. He literally did say, believe in me and follow my teachings. You know, I am the truth. He quite literally founded a church in the Bible. Like, if you're a Christian, you are a follower of Christ. That's what that means. So... like right here. You are Peter, and on this rock I will build my church, and the gates of Hades will not overpower it. In this passage, Jesus declares his intention to build his church and designates Peter as the foundation or rock of that church, also stating that he will give him the keys to the kingdom of heaven. I mean, if that's not the foundation of a religion, I don't know what the fuck else it is. Like, that's straight from the horse's mouth. Dude, the gates of Hades just means hell. It doesn't mean a cave. It's just quite literally hell. How do you know? Why is it making me sign? Hold on. Why is that password not right? Fuck. Okay. Yes, I'm logging in. I've only been live for 9 fucking hours. Okay, there we go. All I can say, bro, is if there's this much evil in the world, there has to be a counteractive force of good. Maybe that's a cope on my part, but it seems very, very unlikely with as much fucking evil as there is in our current day that there's not at least an equal amount of good out there in whatever form it takes. Well, he said every plant is for us, so he probably doesn't mind us smoking weed, just being stoner idiots. No. That would fall under the sin of sloth and gluttony. So, no. That's not sloth or gluttony. Being a stoner? Being a stoner is the definition of sloth and gluttony. Being a stoner means you're just high all the fucking time, sitting around smoking dope. And then also gluttony because you're overindulging to the point where you're not producing anything. You're just sitting around like a bum. So, yeah, that's absolutely the sin of sloth and gluttony. Same with being an alcoholic. Or Wings of Redemption with his Wendy's chili. I don't fucking know. Overindulgence of anything falls into gluttony. Alright, guys. I probably should hop off. It's almost 8 o'clock. Damn. I gotta go take my dog out, and then I gotta go sign into work so I don't become the sin of sloth. But anyway, guys, have a wonderful Wednesday. Wonderful Wednesday, WW. But anyway, I'll talk to everybody later. Have a wonderful day. Peace out, guys.